We're live.
Thank you, Connor. Good morning. Today is Thursday, February 26, 2026. It's approximately 10:06 a.m. This is a convening of the Massachusetts Gaming Commission for the purposes of meeting number 583. I'm Jordan Maynard. I serve as chair of the commission. We're holding this meeting virtually, so we will do a roll call. Good morning, Commissioner O'Brien.
Good morning. I'm here.
Good morning, Commissioner Hill.
Good morning. I'm here.
Good morning, Commissioner Skinner.
Good morning.
And good morning, Commissioner Broder.
Good morning.
All right. With that, I believe we're going to kick it over to Secretary Broder for some minutes.
Indeed, Mr. Chairman, I have two sets of public session minutes for the commission's consideration. And therefore, I move that the commission approve the minutes of our public meetings held on January 29th, 2026 and February 9th, 2026, as provided in the commissioners meeting packet, subject to any corrections for typographical errors or other non-material matters.
Second.
Thank you. Commissioner O'Brien.
Aye.
Commissioner Hill. Commissioner Skinner.
Aye.
And Commissioner Broder.
Yes.
And I vote yes, 5-0. All right. Are we going to enter into executive session now? Secretary Broder, is that the plan?
That is certainly a possibility. I'm ready to take up the executive session minutes, and I don't recall if we have another executive session scheduled. So we can certainly do it now. Won't take but a minute.
Yeah, we have one when we go into the Community Affairs Division. You know what? I think that makes more sense. General Counsel Scanlon, I think we can enter in when we enter in for that purpose too, right?
Yeah, why don't we, there's administrative updates, item number 3, before entering the exec session, so.
Perfect. So that's what we'll do. Thank you. All right. So with that, Secretary Broder, if we can table your remaining item.
No problem at all.
Perfect. We'll move to item number 3. And for that, we will turn it over to the Executive Director, Dean Serpa. Good morning, Dean.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much. Good morning, Commissioners. Nice to see everyone. I do have 2 updates this morning. I wanted to take a minute. You know, we all know that the Commonwealth experienced a large, larger than average size, I guess we could say, snowstorm this week. And the first thing I wanted to do today is give a big thank you out to our gaming agents division for their efforts and preparations for and during the storm. You know, it's important to remember that our operation is 24/7 on the properties. And as you folks are also aware, the commission experienced its first non-COVID property shutdown on Sunday, when Plainridge Park closed Sunday evening until Tuesday at 6 p.m. to ensure the safety of the employees and the patrons in that area and travel and such. So that shutdown required our agents to approve and monitor proper close down procedures for the cage and the other central operation areas. And although that facility was closed, it remained under gaming agent supervision and surveillance throughout the storm. At all the properties, we had multiple gaming agents on site, some for more than 30 hours straight, doing the overnights and such. Our 3 regulatory managers, casino regulatory managers, Louis Lozano and Darren Fensky and Natalia Villarreal, had to monitor the operations and their staff throughout the storms. They were in communications with the operators' management teams, including during the cleanup. So a lot of activity needed to be taken care of during the entire storm. The gaming enforcement unit and all of the officers were on site at all 3 properties, including at Plainville and such. So all that was happening during the storm while these people, I appreciate their time, their effort, being away from their families. I want to thank gaming agent chief Burke Kane and his team. And I just wanted to say that I know that we all know that they are always committed to the safe and fair operation of the properties. But this past week, they deserve a little extra thank you. So I wanted to say that. I'm not sure if Chief Kane has anything he wants to add or embellish additional information for us, but that's what I wanted to say.
Thank you, Dean. Good morning, Commissioners. I think you covered a lot of that, Dean. I'd also like to take a moment just to express my sincere gratitude to the agents that stepped up during this recent snow emergency. Working several shifts in a row, as we all can imagine, is not easy, but there's literally two sides to that commitment. There's the long hours physical presence on the job, but then there's the sacrifice at home. Time away from family, it often goes unseen, but that is very real. So I also would want to extend appreciation to everybody who's on duty. And thank you to the gaming agents and the GEU folks for their time and commitment to that snow emergency. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Kane, and thank you, ED Serpa.
Yeah.
I join you in appreciation. I'm sure my fellow commissioners do too.
All right. And so, Mr. Chair, my second update today, I just want to remind everyone it's the end of February, or just about the end. So that means March starts next week. And that means that Problem Gambling Awareness Month is upon us. And I believe Mark Vanderlinden, our Director for Research and Responsible Gaming, is going to give us a little update on what's happening at the properties during the month. Go ahead, Mark.
Thank you, Dean. Good morning, Chair Maynard. Good morning, Commissioners. Yes, it's March again, and that means that it's Problem Gambling Awareness Month. And like every March since this commission started, we have partnered with the National Council on Problem Gambling to recognize Problem Gambling Awareness Month. The theme for this year is Caring Communities and Stronger Futures, which emphasizes the importance of community-driven approach to problem gambling prevention, awareness, and support. Problem gambling is defined as gambling behaviors that disrupt or damage personal, family, or professional lives. It's more than just a definition. It's a condition that affects roughly 80,000 Massachusetts adults, or 1.4%. And in addition, we have another 480,000 Massachusetts adults who are considered at risk. We know from our experience and from the research that education and information are pillars of a public health approach to preventing and mitigating gambling-related harms. And so therefore, we're in the process of planning and about to launch a number of different activities that support this. The primary focus of our Problem Gambling Awareness Month efforts will be delivered through our GameSense program in each of the casino properties. There's several activities that are planned. Each of the properties has a number of different types of quizzes specific for Problem Gambling Awareness Month, focusing on such things as March Madness, mental health awareness, Women's History Month. Those are supported by a number of different games, including such things as a game that the GameSense team developed themselves called Pick Your Bet board game. And this is a trivia game intended to teach about gambling literacy, which we know from our research again is an important piece of promoting positive play. This year, that quiz will focus on sports betting. Another example of many is a cognitive distortion activity where using the monitors at each of the sites, there's a pop quiz that busts myths associated with gambling and encourages mindfulness when gambling. All of these are supported by different types of incentives for people to engage in these activities to draw more attention to the GameSense information centers and help people increase their gambling literacy, promote pre-commitment and personal responsibility around their gambling. We're really grateful for each of the casino properties that are also helping to support this. either through contributing to some of the incentives or sponsoring front of the house tabling events. Also, in the middle of the month, as every year as well, there is what's called Problem Gambling Screening Day. And Problem Gambling Screening Day is sponsored by the Cambridge Health Alliance Division on Addiction. It's a national screening day, though sponsored or supported by a local institution. So the Game Sense advisors will hold a screening day at each of the properties on March 10th. Just as a reminder, last year, Problem Gambling Screening Day yielded 122 different screenings. 24 of those screenings were positive for at least one question on the screening instrument, the BBGS, or the Brief Biosocial Gambling Screen. There will also be a number of different back of the house opportunities for the GameSense team to engage in a lot of those exact same activities that will be front of the house, to engage casino employees and support their gambling literacy as well. So that's what we have planned at each of the casino properties. I might note that also through the month, there will be a couple other announcements that will be coming about different initiatives and activities of the Gaming Commission. And so I look forward to talking to you about more about that in the near future.
Well, thank you, Director Vander Linden. We appreciate that reminder and that overview of how the month goes, and we're excited for it as always. Hard to believe it's back around, and we'll be part of all the festivities.
Thank you.
All right, Edie Serpa, anything else?
No, that's it, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much.
All right, so let's do this. And I already feel sorry for Connor before I start to go into this. I think we're going to have to move people in and out of sessions because if you look at the executive sessions under 4, we have various licensees. So what we'll do is this. Let's go ahead and start with the executive session minutes. Let's go to Commissioner Broder's piece. And then let's come back. I don't see any other way we don't come back and read individually the operator's piece. I'm sitting here looking at it.
So we want to start with executive session minutes.
Yeah, let's start there.
Perfect.
All right, thank you. The commission anticipates that it will meet in executive session to review minutes from previous executive sessions, as their discussion at an open meeting may frustrate the purpose for which the executive session was convened pursuant to General Law, Chapter 30A, Section 21A7, and Chapter 23N, Section 6I, January 13th, 2023, General Law, Chapter 30A, Section 21A3, July 27th, 2023, February 1st, 2024, November 12th, 2025, and November 20th, 2025 at 11:32 a.m. And General Law, Chapter 30A, Section 21A7, General Law, Chapter 23N, Section 6I, and General Law, Chapter 4, Section 726C and N, November 20th, 2025 at 10:39 a.m. We will reconvene at the conclusion of this executive session. Would we like to join for this purpose?
So moved.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. Commissioner O'Brien,
Aye.
Commissioner Hill,
Aye.
Commissioner Skinner,
Aye.
Commissioner Broder,
Yes.
and I vote yes, 5-0. We will return in a few minutes. All right. We just finished reviewing some minutes in executive session. We're back into the public session. And for that, we're going to turn it over to item number 4, Chief Lennon and Mary Thurlow to discuss some community affairs issues.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. I hope everyone's doing well today. It's usually tough to follow up Mark Vanderlinden and the responsible gaming with my material, but in my interim capacity, I get to bring to you the three operators quarterly Q4 reports, as well as their capital expenses, which will be held in executive session. The first quarterly report is Juliana Catanzaridi. I'm sorry if I messed up your last name there, but it's Juliana. And by the way, I don't know how you want to handle these. Do you want us to go into executive session first and do the CapEx, or would you like them to do the quarterly reports first?
So let's go ahead and let's do as much as we can in public. And Derek, I'm laughing because I've asked the same question. Let's do as much as we can in public and then move into executive session.
So should we do the Encore Boston Harbor, the Plainridge, and then the MGM quarterly reports and then go executive? Or would you like to release the operators after they do their quarterly reports and then their CapEx in alignment?
Commissioners?
Mr. Chairman, I would think that they would give their quarterly report, then we would go into an executive session for that company, and then we would come back out and go to the next operator after that. That would be my suggestion.
Encore is celebrating that suggestion. MGM's probably dreading it, but I think that makes the most sense too.
All right, so I'll turn it over to Juliana and we will move from there. Thank you.
Thank you, Derek. Good morning. I will share my screen to begin. Okay. Good morning, Chair, Commissioners. Thank you for your time this morning. We're happy to be here to present our report for the fourth quarter of 2025. So to begin, we have gaming revenue, taxes, and lottery sales. During Q4, we had a gross slot revenue of about $112 million and a gross table revenue of about $67 million for a total GGR of about $179 million. This resulted in about $45 million in state taxes collected. Here we have the complete figures for 2024 and 2025 in the comparison. For sports wagering, we had a total quarterly win of about 1.6 million and about $33,000 in state retail taxes were collected. During Q4, our lottery sales were about 1.15 million. And here's the full 2024 and 2025 year-over-year comparison. For workforce. At the end of Q4, we had a total of 3,302 employees. 75% of those who reported identified as a minority, 2% identified as veterans, and 45% women. 89% were local. And here is just a comparison for supervisors and above for the same group. Moving on to operating spend. During Q4, we had a discretionary spend amount of about 18.9 million. 14% of that was spent with MBEs, 28,000 with VBEs, and 13% with WBEs. So our total diverse spending did increase year over year by about $2.3 million. Sorry, was that a question? For local spending, during Q4, we spent over $2 million with Boston and Everett-based businesses, more than about $600,000 in Somerville, in addition to several $100,000 spent with Chelsea and Medford. And here's just a year-over-year comparison for 2024 and 2025 for localities. And then here we have for Massachusetts as a whole. So to report on compliance, I have Tom Coffey, our Executive Director of Security and Investigations. Tom, I think you're here.
I am. Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. So we had 3 individuals make it onto the gaming floor, underage. Two of them were presented fake IDs. This was not in October, not in November, two in December. Two local college students presented fake IDs, which in the interest of disclosure did fail the system. However, they were from out of state. Somehow they convinced our officer that they were 21 and they did make it onto the gaming floor. Both of those female students were approached 44 minutes later. One had gamed and one had been drinking, and they were subsequently trespassed. The third one was an individual father who brought his underage daughter, walked right past our security officer. The underage daughter went into the restroom. We waited 9 minutes for her to come out of the restroom. She was underage. There was an interaction with the father, and both the father and daughter were trespassed. So, but that's my summary on underages on the gaming floor.
Thank you, Tom. Any questions, commissioners? All right.
Okay. Thank you, Tom.
Thank you.
For people and culture initiatives, super exciting. During Q4, we held our annual compliance training, which everybody loves. Mandatory for all employees, and it's honestly a huge lift for our people and culture team who has to get all of our 3,200 employees up to date. To induce early completion, we entered anyone who completed their training by Halloween into a drawing for some great prizes, and it actually worked. So we had a huge percentage completed early. We also held an open enrollments and benefits fair so that employees had an opportunity to learn about all the benefits that are available to them and answer any questions they may have about those benefits. We were also excited to celebrate Veterans Day. We have a heart of house photo display for any veteran that wants to participate, and also the Fallen Comrade table in the staff cafe during the Veterans Day holiday. Finally, in December, we had our annual gift giveaway for all employees. Employees had their choice of a branded bathrobe or a cooler and were invited to a festive area to choose their gift and pick it up during several days in December. For promotions, marketing, and special events, oh, I think I'm frozen.
I'm not hearing any audio. Make sure it's just not me.
Same.
I'm not hearing anything either.
Okay,
Can you hear me now?
yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, sorry. Not sure what happened there. I froze. So for New Year's Eve 2025, the team, who, if you can believe it, begins work in July for this event, planned an amazing yacht rock themed celebration. Our ballroom area was totally transformed. It was a nautical underwater space, amazing food displays, entertainment. We had glam stations. It was a great night for everybody, an amazing way to bring in 2026. I don't know what's going on with my during Q4, our patrons also contributed 352,000 tickets, Tito tickets, which is about $70,000 to 4 different organizations, including the Everett Citizens Foundation and the Mass Volunteer Heroes Association. And for some community relations highlights for 2025 as a whole, during 2025, our employees volunteered over 10,000 hours of their time to a huge number of organizations, including by participating in 116 events that we sponsored, which is an amazing turnout. These people are doing this stuff on their own time, not paid. So it just shows you how much our entire workforce values helping their own community. And during 2025 as a whole, our employees, vendors, and volunteers packed almost 1.2 million meals for Feed the Funnel. Feed the Funnel is sponsored by an organization called the Pack Shack. It's been around since 2013. They hold these events all over the country. And our Encore Boston Harbor meal count this year was the highest meal count they've ever had for any organization in the US, which we're super proud of. We also finished the year with our second annual holiday market sale. We raised $155,000 in sales, which the Wynn Resorts Foundation matched, for a total of about almost $400,000 in donations to cap out the year. So we had a great fundraising year that we're super proud of. That was all I had. If there are any questions, I'm happy to answer.
All right, commissioners, any questions on this public portion for Juliana, knowing that we're going to enter into executive session to talk capital spend? All right. So let me read some language in and we'll take a vote. The commission anticipates that it will meet in executive session in accordance with general law, chapter 38, section 21A7 to comply with the general law, chapter 23K, section 21A7 for the specific purpose of reviewing the proposed multi-year capital expenditure plan described in 205 CMR 139.09 and any corresponding materials submitted relative to Encore Boston Harbor. As discussion of this matter in public would frustrate the purpose of the statute and associated legal authorities where the capital expenditure plan at issue is covered by a non-disclosure agreement between the Massachusetts Gaming Commission and Encore Boston Harbor. The public session of the commission meeting will reconvene at the conclusion of this executive session. Commissioners, will we like to enter in for that purpose?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Commissioner O'Brien,
Aye.
Commissioner Hill,
Aye.
Commissioner Skinner,
Aye.
Commissioner Broder,
Yes.
and I vote yes, 5-0. All right, Connor, we'll have to move over the Encore Boston Harbor folks. Okay, we're entering back into the public session. We just finished a robust executive session with Encore Boston Harbor. With that, we will now move back to Chief Lennon to go into Plainridge Park Casino for their public portion, and then we'll go into their executive session.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. I think we have North Groundsel and his team here, and they are here to give their Q4 update as well as capital expenditure plan in executive session. So North, I'll turn it over to you and your team.
Good morning, Chairman Maynard, and good morning, Commissioners. Plainridge Park is pleased to present our quarterly update for Q4 of 2025. I'm joined today by Kathy Lucas, our Vice President of Human Resources, Bob Charette, our Director of Security, and Tom Alger, our VP of Finance. Tom started with us about 2 months ago, and he'll be presenting the financials portion today. So with that, I will hand it to Tom. Tom?
Thank you. Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. Starting off with sports wagering, total sports wagering revenue for this quarter was 1.2 million, with 182,000 of paid taxes to the Commonwealth. Additionally, sports wagering revenue for calendar year 2025 was 3.1 million, with 471,000 paid taxes to the Commonwealth. These amounts represent increased sports wagering of 893,000, with 75,000 additional paid in taxes to the Commonwealth when compared to 2024. The casino side of the business saw increases when compared to prior year, with net slot revenues of 43,807,000 and total taxes to the Commonwealth of 21,465,000. Annually, net slot revenue for calendar year 2025 was 178,360,000, with 87,396,000 paid taxes to the Commonwealth. These amounts represent increased slot revenue, net slot revenue of 9.8 million, with 4.8 million additional paid taxes to the Commonwealth when compared to 2024. Lottery sales increased both quarter over quarter and year over year. Quarter 4 sales were 661,000 compared to prior year of 600,000. There were no changes to any of our programming or placement of lottery within the quarter. Spend by state. Moving on to our qualified spend for Q4, 932,000 or 52% of our qualified spend went to businesses located within the Commonwealth. And of the 932,000, a little over 160,000 or 15% went to businesses located within our surrounding communities. For 2025, 3.8 million or 60% of our qualified spend went to businesses located within the Commonwealth. And of the 3.85 million, 389,000 or 9% went to businesses located within our surrounding communities. Our annual vendor diversity goal is 21% of qualified spend, and we surpassed our qualified spend this quarter by 6%, or a total of 27%. We exceeded and or achieved our goals in all of our targets. Our annual vendor diversity goal was exceeded by 4%, or a total qualified diversity spend of 25% during 2025. We exceeded our goals in all of our targets. Compared to prior quarter, our diverse spend was up 23.9%, and this chart provides the actual spend amounts for the quarter. Compared to prior year, total diverse spend was up 13.6%, And this chart provides the actual spend amounts for 2025 and 2024. That's everything on the financials. I'll pass now to Bob, who will give an update on our compliance data. Bob?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Hill.
just a quick question. So I've seen a good increase in the diversity spend and also locally. Do you think that is because you have been reaching out to these companies? How are you, how are these numbers going up and why are they going up? Because obviously you're doing something for that to happen.
So Commissioner Maynard, Commissioner Hill, I'll take that. I would say that this is something that we continue to monitor. We're always looking for vendors who meet the criteria of each of one of our qualified spend buckets. And so as we have vendors leave, we pursue other vendors to fill those gaps for us. So, I mean, I would say this is a matter realistically of us managing both our programmatic spend, in other words, things that we buy day in and day out, and looking for vendors who fit those categories, as well as opportunistically taking advantage of some opportunities for spend within those categories. So again, our goal, we meet on this with frequency throughout the quarter. I don't like to get to the end of the quarter and find out, oh, we lost. So we meet with this some frequency and make adjustments throughout the quarter to make sure that we're hitting our targets.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner Hill. And thank you, North. We appreciate that explanation.
Yep. So Bob's going to take you through the compliance data.
Well, thank you, North. Good morning to the you all, the commission. As you can view on our compliance slide, we had a total of 100 people who were prevented from entering the gaming establishment in Q4. 19 of those were minors, 27 were underage, and 47 had either an expired, invalid, or no ID. We did have one minor who was escorted from the dining area of the ESPN Sportsbook. There were no instances of minor or underage slot play, sports wagering, or alcoholic service. During this 3-month period, there were 7 weapons detected by our weapon security system. Unless there are any questions, I'll turn this over to Kathy Lucas.
Questions, commissioners? Thank you.
Good morning, commissioners. During Q4, we had 452 team members, slightly higher than the 444 last quarter. We continue to exceed our diversity goals of 15%. We had 33% of our team members identifying as diverse. Same with veterans. At 2%, we had 3% of veterans, which is also consistent with last quarter. In Q4, 46% of our team members are women. And then with that, it's still slightly under our goal of 50%. And then 29% of our team members are local, again, slightly lower than the goal of 35%. Of the 452 team members, 63% are full-time and 37% are part-time. Next slide, Nora. All right, for the sportsbook, we had 14 team members in Q4, 14% identify as diverse, 0 veterans, 36% women, 29% local, and 57% full-time. Next slide. For the supervisor and above category, we had 81 team members that are in those positions. 17% are diverse, 5% veterans, and 36% women. Go to the next slide. In these next few slides, I'll share some of the Q4 highlights for leadership development, team member engagement, and community partnerships. We'll start off with the leadership development slides. And in here, you'll see that we had the executive team and our management team meet for our holiday event. We had a little fun while working on planning for 2026. That included sessions around staff engagement, guest satisfaction, and in our overall property effectiveness. You'll also see Amy Silva leading another Red Cross CPR training and certification. our Penn Women group, which are our local female team members, along with managers who are working on their own personal development. They had 2 events. One was a book review of Covey's Trust and Inspire, and then they also hosted the Purple Bag Project. And for this event, they provided recognition with purple bags for the MST, our Mass State Troopers who were on property. We also welcomed our new director of surveillance, Robert Rose, who's a retired sergeant from MST. We hosted a financial wellness fair for our employees, and then we also acknowledged our team members of the quarter, which are our best of the best. On the next slide, these are the activities that we had in Q4 around team member engagement, and you'll see what really stood out this quarter was a heavy load of team member activities around the holidays, including Halloween, Thanksgiving, and Christmas, just a ton of things for our team members. And then on our final slide, we're focused on our community partnerships. We hosted our annual Veterans Day bucket giveaway. In the buckets, it included coats and toiletries, and that was specifically for veterans. We partnered with Coach for Vets, the Mass State Troopers, the Patriots Foundation, the U.S. Veterans and Military Support Foundation, the Massachusetts State Chief of Police Association, the Elisha Project, Rolling Thunder, our state reps, Michael Chasen and Marcus Vaughn, along with Senator Roush for this event. We had 1,000 buckets and over 700 people show up that day for veterans for those buckets. We continue to support the American Cancer Society. We also hosted a holiday heat. We were experiencing severely low temperatures, and the local community reps were telling us that some of our seniors were having issues with heating the entire house. So we gave away electric heaters, hand warmers, and blankets to our community members, inviting the local town senior centers in for them to pick up those items. We also donated to the Hockomock YMCA toy drive. We hosted a party for the Boston Pearl Foundation. And then we also had our annual Sip and Shop, which is an opportunity for local artisans and crafters to come and sell their holiday items during right before the holidays at little to no cost for them to vend. And with that, I'll ask for any questions and then turn it back to North.
Commissioners, any questions? A lot of good information, Kathy, I have to say.
Thank you.
All right.
Commissioners, that concludes our presentation. We're ready for any other questions that you may have for us, or if not, I guess we'll wait for executive session.
All right. If we can take that down, whoever is running it. Thank you. If there are no other questions, the commission anticipates that it will meet in executive session in accordance with General Law, Chapter 30A, Section 21A7, to comply with General Law, Chapter 23K, Section 21A7, for the specific purpose of reviewing the proposed multi-year capital expenditure plan described in 205 CMR 139.09 and any corresponding materials submitted relative to Plainridge Park Casino, as discussion of this matter in public would frustrate the purpose of the statute and associated legal authorities, where the capital expenditure plan at issue is covered by a non-disclosure agreement between the Massachusetts Gaming Commission and Plainridge Park Casino. The public session of this commission meeting will reconvene at the conclusion of this executive session. Commissioners, would we like to enter in for that purpose?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Commissioner O'Brien,
Aye.
Commissioner Hill,
Aye.
Commissioner Skinner,
Aye.
and Commissioner Broder.
Yes.
And I vote yes, 5-0. We will return if everyone can please join the session.
leave room should be the first option. I'm always tempted to hit the first button, leaving the meeting.
Sorry, I'm having a screen issue here. I'm fixing it though. I agree with you, Commissioner Skinner. I almost always hit that button. We are back in public session after a robust conversation with Plainridge Park Casino. So that means that we're going to move on to sub item C, which is the Springfield quarterly report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. For Springfield's Q4 report, we have Daniel Miller here, and he will give us, I think he will begin with the overview and then move through. Or maybe Gus King will begin.
Hey, Derek, thank you very much. Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Commissioners. Good morning, MGC staff. Once again, thank you very much for giving us the opportunity to come before you to present our report. With me, as always, are Dan Miller, Beth Ward, and Winter Hawkins. And before we get started, I turn it over to Winter. I did want to recognize Winter. She's been promoted to be Executive Director of Finance for the property. So congratulations, Winter, and take it away.
Thanks, Gus. All right, I'll start with our reporting. Can we go to the next slide? So for Q4, our gaming revenue, we hit 70 million and paid 17.6 million in taxes to states. Looking year over year for full year 25, our total gaming revenue is 282 million, almost 283, with 230 million coming from slots and almost 53 million coming from tables. In that we paid, go back really quick. In that we paid almost 71 million in taxes to the states. Next slide. Looking at our sports wagering for MGM Springfield, our taxable revenue for the quarter was 400,000 with 62,000 paid in taxes. And for BetMGM, their taxable revenue was 15 million, almost 16 million with 3 million paid in taxes. Next slide. Looking at our lottery sales, so for the month, so for the quarter, fourth quarter 25, we had 585,559 in lottery sales, which is a 27% increase over prior year. In October, we did a lottery giveaway, which spiked those sales in that month, leading to the increase in the quarter. Looking year over year, total for 25, we had 1.98 million in lottery sales, which is a 19% increase from last year. Next slide, please. Going over to our quarterly diversity spend for fourth quarter, our minority business, we hit 4% with 263,000 in spend. For veterans, we hit 2% with 167,714 in spend. And for women businesses, we hit 9% with 653,868 for total diversity spend of 15%, 1.08 million for the quarter. For local spend and for the local region around us, 35% in total spend for 2.3, almost 2.4 million. And in the state of Massachusetts, we spent 43% for 2.926 million in spend. We had a few procurement events throughout the quarter. One of them we did on September 25th. NEPM is a local vendor we use. It's actually, we use a lot on property for a lot of our marketing kind of giveaway pieces. They presented with CWE and did an event there. On November 12th, Reader Raves recognized Park Cleaners, which is one of our flagship and great stories with our local and minority businesses that we work with all the time. Great partnership. The Cleaners provides all of our laundry for our uniforms, housekeeping, food and beverage. She does everything for us. So she was recognized with Reader Raves, and we have some of our staff members there. Her name is Rebecca from Park Cleaners, when she received her award. On the next day, actually, on the 13th, the Greater New England Minority Supplier Diversity Council had an award show, and it was out in Providence, Rhode Island, where for Springfield, we took home 2 awards. Justin, who's actually pictured, he's in both pictures actually, he won Buyer of the Year, and myself, I won Advocate of the Year. We also nominated one of our vendors, C&D Electronics, which is in the picture below with Justin. Mark Cutting is the owner. They do great business with us. They supply a lot of our small bits, electronics and pieces there, but even extended beyond that, they do a lot for us. And they've actually extended business and do work with a lot of other MGM properties. They've been able to procure that for other properties within our network. Next slide. And now turn it over to Dan.
Wait, can I just say, new job, Winter, and you win this award. You're killing it.
Thank you. I hope the bar isn't too high now. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Hill.
I actually had a question regarding the lottery numbers.
Sure.
If we can go back to that a little bit. I noticed an increase in the number by almost 27%. And I was wondering, and then I thought to myself, I should know this answer, but I don't. You're not allowed to do Keno in the casino, correct? Even through the lottery?
No.
Because I've seen in some of the reports from the lottery that the Keno numbers have been increasing. So I was wondering if that was one of the reasons we saw an increase here. But just interesting that it would go up by so much.
No, our major increase is because we also did a lottery ticket giveaway as one of our continuity giveaways to our guests. So that increased. It was a bulk purchase of tickets in October. So that was a big purchase there.
Understood. Okay. That makes
That's the main
sense.
driver. Yeah, that increase for us. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Winter.
You're welcome.
All right, Chair and Commissioners, good morning, and I'll take it over here for my customary compliance slide, which just as, when I presented to you back last year, I'm very happy with. Again, we see single digits across the board. Not too long ago, we were looking at double digits for entrance, and then some of the numbers around gambling or alcohol. But overall, we are down and continue to remain down. I don't like giving too many spoilers, but I'm happy to also say that January of this year, we were 0 in every category. So I'll present more on that obviously in the next quarter, but just one of those things that I want to highlight. That's a big milestone for us at MGM Springfield, and I just want to second that out. But as with previous meetings, the longest time there, the 40 minutes, was a 19-year-old. Unfortunately, they did go past security, and security did not ask for the person's ID. So that security officer received retraining and discipline, but they did not game. And then they were found and obviously gotten off the floor. And then the instances of gaming that were only slot oriented predominantly were people that were able to lean over the rail and hit a button. So again, this isn't people that were gaining access, spending hours without our knowledge of it, and gaming at a table or anything to that effect. It was just leaning over the rail. So any other questions on that before we move on?
Questions, commissioners? Glad the numbers are going down, Daniel.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll throw it back to Winter briefly. Hot potato.
So going over some of our employment numbers. So in Q4 25, we had 54% of our staff as minority, making up the minority bucket. We had 5% veterans and 40% women. 40% of our workforce is from our Springfield residents, with 76 being from Western Mass and 78% being Massachusetts residents. In this quarter, oh, sorry, I was going to say, don't have to flip the slide back. In this quarter, we had 1,632 employees. Jumping over to some of our workforce and hiring initiatives out in the community. We have our continued partnership with Holyoke Community College and a hotel certification program. So students came over to the property for a tour, got to meet with leaders in that area. So they, good for them to have those moments. We did a couple career fairs at the YMCA, excuse me, and Holyoke Community College as well, to continue to keep our pipelines open throughout with both. And then for our workforce development, we did a few events. So at UMass, the Hospitality and Tourism Leadership Panel, we had some of our leaders sit and have a workshop and just the students able to ask questions of our leaders in those fields. We partnered with Just for Success for transferable skills workshop, and this is just for women. We did Holyoke Community College again for the hotel and culinary program presentations, UMass, the casino management class, and Nourish Your Career Student Showcase. So a lot of student workforce development that we had partnered and out in the community, keeping our name out there and trying to engage and foster those relationships to keep those open for us. And then I'll turn it over to Beth Ward.
Hello, everybody. As I always say, I get the fun stuff. So let's jump right into the community outreach and special events. As we do every year, we have the Veterans Flagging event where we go to a local cemetery and make sure that our veterans are honored and recognized. This is something we do every year, and we get so much community involvement from our own community to go out there and our team members to help make sure that that happens. Our fourth year of the Mayflower Marathon, where we collect just thousands of tons of food for our local open pantry, and so proud of this partnership. Our community and our team members turn out in droves to help with this. This is the 3 days leading up to Thanksgiving, a 24/7 event, and we are out there all that time to collect, and it's just a great way to interact with the community and to help those in need. The Gray House, we also work with them. This is a longtime partnership that we continue to foster, helping them sort thousands of toys and collect for their families in need. Toys for Tots, same theme. We have been so proud to be a part of the Marines, local Marines, part of our Western Air Reserve Base, that we help them each and every year. And then the Springfield Open Pantry, our executive team, we're so happy to go to the Open Pantry to help sort those thousands of tons of food that we collected during the Mayflower Marathon, which was an hours-long project from the heart, though, and also with the partner Rock 102 local radio station in Springfield, who spearheads the Mayflower Marathon. We were able to help present that check as well. If we want to go to the next slide.
I will, Beth. But just before I do, I just wanted to speak because I was one of the last volunteers for the Toys for Tots event. And that night we unfortunately had a little issue with the bus that was collecting those toys for the Marines, where we had to get a different bus to come around, and we had to move all of the 800 plus toys over to the new bus. But the dedication of all the employees, that just wanted to make sure that those got to them, and then eventually, these kids are going to have a good Christmas. It was really special. So
I will echo that. Moving on to the next slide, as you know, and we are so proud that we always have so much to share during these reports. So I'll try to go through them quickly, but really want to highlight some of the highlights for Q4. YMCA of Greater Springfield, our team presented a donation. And when we do this, we don't like to just, here's a check. We always combine that with a volunteer event, which our team is really happy to do. We helped with their largest fundraiser of the year, which is Breakfast with Santa. Square One Craft event, again, a longtime partner. You've heard me talk about them for a very long time now. We provide some support and holiday fun for the children. This is a great event for our team as well, and we love partnering with them. Another one is the Rays of Hope Walk Toward the Cure for breast cancer. This has been going on for 30 plus years, and we have been involved since basically day one. Big event for our team as well, and we're excited and so proud to be a part of this event every single year. Same with Festival of Trees. That's another annual holiday tradition for our team. That's over at the Mass Mutual Center. It is the largest fundraiser of the year for the Springfield Boys and Girls Club. So once again, we were happy and excited to partner with them this year, or last year, I should say, as well. Moving on to a few others, if you will indulge me, the United Way grocery event. This is something we do on a regular basis, and we have found that this has just become such an integral part of helping our community, where food insecurity has become even more and more of a concern in our area and now everywhere. An ongoing partnership with them, the local chapter, to help sort and distribute groceries to families in need. They come, it's like a grocery store. We help move through and pick items that they need for their families, which we get so much team support from that event as well. Our annual tree lighting and rink opening, my favorite event of the year. That is so much fun. We have thousands of people on the plaza for this event. We have Santa, we have Pat the Patriots, Patriots cheerleaders. So just again, such a fun hallmarky moment for property and families who have made this an annual tradition for them as well. So highly recommend if you're around. Square One donation. This is, I think I'm getting ahead of myself here. Square One donation. Yep. So that's another event where we present a check, but we also like to do an event as well. So lots of us went to help read to the kids, and always so much fun, and selfishly just really warms the heart to be with them, especially during the holidays. Also want to point out that for Latin American Heritage Month, we had a restaurant rebrand where we took one of our existing restaurants and we turned it into La Placita, which was a huge hit with the community. We changed it over to serve classics from Puerto Rico, and people loved it so much. We also have a food truck that has those brands as well. So stay tuned. You might hear more about that. Finally, on this slide, I want to talk about the Spirit of Springfield Bright Nights Ball. This is the marquee event, I would say, for our region, one of the largest fundraisers for the Spirit of Springfield, which has its heart and roots in Springfield. And we, again, we're proud and happy to host that and to sponsor that event as well for hundreds of people who turned out to MGM Springfield. We want to move on to the next one. Just a quick look. I won't go through everything, but just want to say we served over 1,800 meals to local homeless, something near and dear to our heart. We have open pantry and homeless shelters within steps of where we are, right up the street. So our team is very happy to go and help with that on a regular basis. So you can see everything that we've been involved with. I want to move down to just a wrap up of 2025 philanthropic totals. Over 3,400 total community volunteer hours, which again, you hear me say the word proud, but so proud to say that in 2025. And we have really jumped up the individuals who are stepping up to help as well. And stay tuned for more on that, because we will increase that number in 2026 for sure. If we could move on to entertainment. Again, one of my favorite subjects, as I always like to say, at the Mass Mutual Center, you can see some of the incredible events that we had during Q1, an especially busy quarter. Harvest Festival with the Thunderbirds, Jurassic Quest, huge event here, Annual Festival of Trees. As I mentioned, that brings in thousands of people to downtown. The Mass Mutual Center, also the Harlem Globetrotters, it was a big year for them, and the Hoop Hall Classic. Just so many things happening during Q4, so it's great to see everybody going downtown and to the Mass Mutual Center and back and forth to our property as well. Just wanted to take a moment to bring up what is coming. Wanted to point out most notably a brand new thing for the Mass Mutual Center. You'll hear more about this in our next presentation, but the Springfield Thunderbirds, of which we are the largest sponsor of the Thunderbirds, who are their home ice up horses at the Mass Mutual Center, right before St. Patrick's Day. You buy one ticket, you get a 2-for-1 Thunderbirds game and Dropkick Murphys, who are going to be playing at the Mass Mutual Center as well. Also, I want to point out that Stars on Ice, the Olympic ice skaters are going to be, they picked Springfield and the Mass Mutual Center for their tour. So we're excited to host that, and just some other things. Disney on Ice always sells out too. So looking forward to a great Q1. We want to move on to the next. Q4 entertainment at MGM Springfield and Symphony Hall. Excuse me, doing a lot of talking. I'm trying to whip through it, but so many great events that were so well attended. Most were sellouts. Trisha Yearwood, she came, was a sellout, and that was a huge night for us. So many different things and different genres that we were able to bring to property and to Symphony Hall during Q4. And if we want to move on to the next. Just a quick look at upcoming events, welcoming once again Chelsea Handler, Michael Carbonara, always a sellout, Britt Floyd, again, always a sellout. So we have a robust schedule coming up. Little River Band, I will be there this Saturday. I will report during our next presentation, but I'm sure it's going to be a great show. And that does it for us. So thank you everyone for your time, and we'll open to any questions.
Thank you, Beth. Questions, commissioners? Commissioner Skinner.
Not a question, just a thank you, as always, for a great presentation. Want to say congratulations and welcome to winter. We did get a chance to meet back in November when we hosted our public meeting out there. As this term's treasurer for the Gaming Commission, I do look forward to your contribution to our FY27 budget process.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you for that, Commissioner Skinner. So here's what I think we're going to do. We're going to go in. I'm going to read some language, going into executive session, and then we'll return back for item D, sub-item D. So the commission anticipates that it will meet in executive session in accordance with General Law Chapter 30A, Section 21A7 to comply with General Law Chapter 23K, Section 21A7 for the specific purpose of reviewing the proposed multi-year capital expenditure plan described in 205 CMR 139.09 and any corresponding materials submitted relative to MGM Springfield, as discussion of this matter in public would frustrate the purpose of the statute and associated legal authorities where the capital expenditure plan at issue is covered by a non-disclosure agreement between the Massachusetts Gaming Commission and Blue Tarp Redevelopment LLC, doing business as MGM Springfield. The public session of the commission meeting will reconvene at the conclusion of this executive session. Commissioners, would we like to enter in for that purpose?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Commissioner O'Brien.
Aye.
Commissioner Hill.
Aye.
Commissioner Skinner.
Aye.
And Commissioner Broder.
Yes.
All right. All right. It always takes me a second to get everything back up. Connor, we just finished a robust conversation with MGM about their capital improvement projects. And with that, we're going to move to item D, which is an update on the FY 2027 Community Mitigation Fund grant applications.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. I'm sure you're sick and tired of seeing me and hearing from me, so I will make this rather quick. This is a verbal update because we are in the middle of a procurement still. It is a competitive grant round. On January 31st, 2026, the Commission received 34 applications for the FY 2027 round of Community Mitigation Fund grants. The Community Mitigation Fund had approximately $5 million to disperse. Of the $5 million, we had allocated about $4.18 million to municipal entities and around $820,000 to regional entities. The total request for FY 27 grant applications was approximately $5.89 million, an $890,000 delta between what's available and what was requested. Of the $5.89 million request, approximately $4.646 million was from municipalities and $1.247 million was from regional agencies. Municipal applications exceeded their allotted funds by $466,000, while regional agency applications exceeded their allotments by $428,000. Of particular note, 25 of the 28 eligible communities submitted applications. 3 eligible communities did not submit applications, which totaled approximately $88,000. Our deficit would have been much bigger had those 3 communities submitted applications. As a reminder, this is still a competitive grant cycle. The review team is actively meeting and reviewing applications on a weekly basis. I can attest that this program has come light years from where it used to be when I stepped out of this program, I think back in 2016 or 17. So I just want to give a testament to Mary, Kayla, Jaden, and the whole Community Mitigation Fund team, review team, the commissioners that are a part of it, the legal division, the IEB. I mean, it's amazing how many people are involved in this whole process. So just a quick update. The CMF has not received any additional deposits from gaming taxes in FY25 or FY26. This grant funding cycle is contingent upon the balance of funds that was built up from 2014 through 2024. And that balance is $5 million. As of today, the House and Senate budget proposals are under development, so we don't know what will happen in those 2 budgets. However, there is some bright light at the end of this tunnel. In House 2, the governor partially restored funding for the CMF. So we look forward to seeing the House and Senate versions of the budget, and we hope that that continues so that we can continue offsetting any negative impacts, unintended consequences, and helping with economic activity and spurring that around the casinos. If Mary or Jaden or Kayla have anything to add that I missed, once again, I am lucky to be in this position. I have a great team that's supporting me. Obviously, I didn't pull any of this together. I just get to read it. So thank you.
All right, commissioners, or well, first I'll make the invite. Anyone have anything to add? All right, commissioners, questions, comments, Commissioner Broder.
Brief comment. Just wanted to say I want to thank the applicant pool. To their credit, they recognize the financial situation, what's available in the funds. And, you know, I've taken a look at the commission's guidance, and I mean, it didn't balance out to perfect, but that is to be expected. They were very, in broad brush, very respectful of the process and recognition of where we're at with this year's round of grants. And personally, I thought that was a great sign to see.
It's a good reminder, Commissioner Broder, that there's always a real person and groups of people on the other side of these grants.
Amen.
Commissioner Hill.
Mr. Chairman, very quickly, This is a question to Derek and Mary. We actually have a couple of new people on our team this time around that I thought would be nice to introduce to the other commissioners, but I am not seeing Jaden and I'm not seeing.
I'm here. I just have my camera off. I'm sorry. I'm so sick, but I'm here.
Oh, there's Kayla. Okay. Well, we have a couple of newbies joining us this year, and they've been great so far, and just wanted my fellow commissioners to know we got some newbies that are great people. You should get out and say hello to them when you're in the office. That's all, Mr. Chairman.
I'll also say hi. Thank you, everybody. I'm happy to be here. I will show my face. I promise. I do go to the office. I'm just so sick right now, and like, it's terrible. But nice to meet everybody, and thank you for having me.
Well, thanks for being on too. Take care of yourself.
Thanks. I'm trying.
All right. I will also say, before I give it back to you, Derek, we appreciate Governor Healy and the administration on restoring in their budget this funding partially. We know it's a tough year, budget year, and we appreciate that consideration. And as always, we'll make the highest and best use of it if we have it.
Agreed. And that's the end of my presentation. So I think you will all be happy to see my screen go dark for a while. Move on to other items. Thank you.
Maybe you'll be happy to see your screen go dark for a while, Chief Lennon. Maybe that's what you're really saying. Projecting. They call that projecting, I think Dr. Bonnie would say. All right. So with that, thank you so much, Chief Lennon, and thank you for all that you do. Thank you to Mary, and thank you to the team on CMF. We appreciate all of the operators coming. And with that, we are going to go to the sports wagering division. Good afternoon, Chief Teresi.
Good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. We have a few items for you today, and I'm going to turn it right over to Compliance and Operations Manager Stefan.
Thank you, Carrie. Good afternoon, Commissioners. First item for your review begins on page 88 of your packet. This is a proposed House rule revision from Penn Sports Interactive, or PSI. The revisions today are largely structural, clarifying, and standardizing, rather than introducing new wagering categories or markets. Broken down, these revisions can fall into 4 category types. First, standardization across sports and bet types. PSI is aligning grading logic, particularly around their same game parlays across leagues such as the NFL, MLB, and NBA. The revised language creates a uniform framework where all winning legs result in a win, any losing legs result in a loss, push or voided legs are removed and recalculated when no losses exist, and full push or void outcomes result in a full refund. This change eliminates inconsistent treatment across their sports and reduces any ambiguity in settlement, while also aligning their house rules with other operators in Massachusetts. Second, the revisions provide a clear participation and action standards. For example, in football, basketball, and hockey, the rules now more clearly define when a wager becomes action, such as a player taking a snap, entering the court, or appearing in a starting lineup, rather than relying on discretionary interpretations. This improves predictability for patrons with the intent of reducing disputes. And then, speaking of reducing disputes, third, the changes introduce explicit grading definitions for complex markets that historically generate disputes. For example, in football, drive markets and next play markets now have clearly defined outcomes for events such as block kicks and safeties. In basketball, possession markets now formally define how rebounds, technical free throws, and dead ball situations are graded. And then in baseball, same game parlays and player participation standards are aligned with the same grading model used in other major leagues. And then lastly, there is a consistent theme of consumer clarity and dispute reduction. For instance, special events like the MLB All-Star Game now have specific participation rules, again, reducing ambiguity around settlement. Overall, and importantly, these revisions do not expand the wagering scope or immensely change market availability. They primarily formalize existing operational practices into written rules and align grading standards across their offered sports. From our perspective, we view these as administrative
aimed at consistency, transparency, and dispute reduction rather than any market expansion. We do have a representative from PSI today, Sportsbook Compliance Manager Seb Gazarian. If there are any questions for PSI. However, we fully recommend the Commission approve the proposed House rule changes today. Chair.
Thank you, Andrew. Questions, Commissioners? I know there were a lot of red lines. Andrew seemed to have explained a lot of them.
Mr. Chairman. The 2x2 was excellent. Excuse me, that we had to update us on what the changes would be here. So I feel very comfortable with the recommendation from sports wagering to move forward with the changes here. Before I make a motion, however, I don't know if there's anybody else that wants to make a comment or ask a question.
I'm hearing none, Commissioner Hill.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the Commission approve the updates to Penn Sports Interactive LLC's House rules as included in the Commissioner's packet and discussed here today.
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner O'Brien.
Aye.
Commissioner Hill.
Aye.
Commissioner Skinner.
Aye.
And Commissioner Broder.
Yes.
And I vote yes, 5-0.
Thank you, Commissioners. Thanks, for being on today. Next item begins on page 108 of your packet. This is a request from MGM Springfield to pay out lost sports wagering tickets under 205 CMR 23847, subsection 1B. The regulation generally prohibits payment without physical presentation of a sports wagering ticket, but it does allow the Commission to authorize payment of a lost, stolen, or destroyed ticket when the operator can demonstrate the claim is valid and there's no fraud or integrity risks. Back in December 2025, MGM Springfield submitted 2 separate requests to our division. In both cases, MGM verified through internal systems, including their surveillance, that the tickets were valid. They resulted in winning wagers, they had not been redeemed, and no indicators of fraud or conflicting claims were present. Additionally, MGM Springfield provided supporting documentation to our division. We reviewed the materials and found the information consistent with the regulation, claims, and requests. We are recommending the Commission approve the request submitted by MGM Springfield to pay out the 2 sports wagering tickets. There is a further policy question for future consideration, whether the Commission wants to delegate authorization authority under the regulation to staff, our division, either generally or under a defined payout threshold, such as claims under a certain dollar amount. No action is required on the delegation, of course, unless the Commission wants to provide that direction. However, the 2 tickets themselves are up for a vote. That concludes our review of this item. Happy to take any questions.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Hill.
So, Mr. Chairman, I was pleasantly surprised at the work that went into ensuring that these tickets were real by MGM. And when Andrew was given, again, our 2x2, which was excellent, the step-by-step that they used in order to get recognition that these tickets had actually been bought. I found that to be very impressive. And with that, I would have no problem allowing for the request to move forward. But I'm going to continue by saying that your last comment, Andrew, was, should we allow you at a certain threshold, to do these and not come back to us? My feeling is these don't happen very often. And I find that this type of a request actually should come before us. And the fact that this is the first time in my knowledge that this has happened, I don't think it's too much work for the Commission to be able to sit down, have our 2x2 and have it explained to us and then have us make a decision. So at this point in time, I really don't see any movement why we would not have these come before us, for votes. So that's how I feel about that. So yes, Mr. Chairman, no problem with the request. And in terms of delegation, I don't have a problem with these coming before the Commission, at least for the very near future.
Commissioner Hill, I'm just really upset you didn't take an opportunity to talk about Eddie Money when we kept talking about 2 tickets. Commissioner Skinner.
Just unmuted to say I second everything Commissioner Hill just said.
All right. Commissioner Broder.
Almost ditto. I'm comfortable with delegation of um, I'm going to use the word dispute. That's not the right word. Of low dollar disputes based on what the example I've seen here. I would be very comfortable with that, but I will say that the fact that the volume does appear to be very low does, it's not a huge imposition on the commissioner's time to bring the stuff forward. So that is respected, not a hill I would die on, but I am comfortable with delegation.
We don't want you dying on any hills. Commissioner O'Brien.
So I feel similar to Commissioner Broder. This is not a heavy lift in terms of timing on us to review. De minimis delegation is fine. I know we'd had some conversation about keying it off the state number to be consistent. I'm just wondering if there's any clarity on what that number is. I know we're not voting on that today necessarily, but
yeah.
I believe the state number is $2,000, but Carrie.
Yeah, it's 2,000 and the 300 to 1 odds.
Yeah, so Commissioner O'Brien and I had the opportunity to be in the same 2x2, and I think we're pretty much where everyone else is. We could see the second question going either way and understanding both, especially if the volume picks up. I think Commissioner O'Brien and I, just for future consideration, because it's not before us right now, the question's before us, but not a vote. If we did cap it, it would be somewhere around that state DOR number, if we even did consider it. But that said, what's before us today is the 2 tickets. I would agree of paying it out, and as long as we're seeing low volumes, I'm fine with taking up these for now and then discussing it further if the volumes go up. The delegation, that is. So do we have a motion?
Sure. I move that the commission approve MGM Springfield's request to pay the 2 patrons for their lost sports wagering tickets pursuant to 205 CMR 238.471B as included in the commissioner's packet and discussed here today.
Second.
Thank you. Commissioner O'Brien.
Aye.
Commissioner Hill.
Aye.
Commissioner Skinner.
Aye.
Commissioner Broder.
Yes.
And I vote yes, 5-0. All right, I think we're going to stick with sports wagering.
One more. Last item begins on page 111 of your packet. FanDuel has submitted a petition to add eSports, very specifically SIS, e-basketball, e-football, and e-soccer to the event catalog. This petition came to our division from FanDuel in August of last year, and then resubmitted in December with some updated information. However, we began speaking with SIS back in June of last year, a few months prior to that petition. Most of you may recall eSports was excluded from the original event catalog in 2023. This exclusion came at the recommendation from our sports wagering division at that time due to insufficient information specifically provided by our operators around governance and integrity. Since then, we've done some additional legwork, including direct engagement with SIS, as well as the Esports Integrity Commission, ESIC, to assess oversight, league structure, and integrity controls. The petition itself, as I stated, is specific to SIS, which is a UK-based provider that runs in-house head-to-head competitive gaming events in a controlled studio environment. And what that means is an individual player is matched up against another individual player. They play at an SIS studio where SIS provides the gaming system, the game itself, and the controllers. So there is no room for outside controllers or games to enter the studio by one of the participants. All participants, players and referees, are SIS employees. The matches themselves are live streamed and events are governed by an internal league structure called the H2H Global Gaming League, H2H meaning head-to-head. SIS maintains standardized rules, referee oversight, real-time monitoring, and integrity protocols aligned with ESIC standards, even including a gold standard accreditation from ESIC. From a regulatory standpoint, FanDuel has provided all of the required criteria under 205 CMR 247.03 subsection 3E, including the location of the events, which is in their studio in England, the games and publishers, NBA 2K, published by 2K, and then Madden and EAFC,
both published by EA Sports. The event operator, SIS, governance rules and integrity controls, and third-party integrity alignment with ESIC. So over the last 7 months, we have reviewed the materials extensively, met with all the necessary stakeholders, and even consulted other jurisdictions. SIS eSports, this particular product of eSports, is currently approved in 17 US jurisdictions, as well as Ontario, with no identified integrity or operational issues reported. At this time, we have not identified any integrity, regulatory, or operational concerns with the addition of these specific SIS eSport offerings. The matter here today is being presented to the Commission for policy consideration and guidance on whether to expand the event catalog to include these specific events. We are joined by multiple parties today: from SIS VP of Content Services, Michelle Fisher, and her team, and then from FanDuel Trading Compliance Manager, Chris Black. So with that, Chair, I will turn it back over to you, and we'll try to answer any specific questions the Commission may have.
Andrew, I appreciate that. And welcome. I see Josh, I see Michelle, I see Chris. By the way, full disclosure, Michelle's also a Kentuckian, so I won't let that affect me while we're taking the vote, but always good to see a fellow Kentuckian. Commissioners, questions for Andrew or the team? Commissioner Hill, Commissioner Broder, Commissioner O'Brien. That's how I saw. That was the order. Or maybe Commissioner Broder's may have never went off. I don't remember. So whoever wants to go.
Actually, I think I was the third one up, so I would be more than happy to yield my time for the time being to Commissioner O'Brien and Commissioner Broder.
And I will similarly, I have, here's the bad news. I took a fairly deep dive into this and have what may be a ton of questions and concerns. So maybe if Commissioner O'Brien goes first and hopefully takes a lot off my list, and we can, economize a bit, if that's okay with Commissioner O'Brien. Yeah, that's fine. I have two. So my guess is you're going to have, sounds like you have more than me. And this is probably in here. I apologize, Andrew. I was trying to go through the stuff, but the two questions I had, it looks like the answer to were the players contacted about this request, the answer was yes. And then they're supposed to tell us when and what the communications were. I just didn't see that. So if you can direct me to it, I wanted to look at that. And then the other question was whether this request has been rejected or withdrawn in any other jurisdiction.
So I can answer the second one first. So the only jurisdiction that I'm aware of via communications with SIS and FanDuel is that Michigan was the only one not to approve this request. They did not provide a response to FanDuel. I've reached out to Michigan twice via email with no response as well.
Okay.
As regarding the first question on the players, Chris, I don't know if that's in your petition or if FanDuel has reached out to the players themselves and what the response may be.
Sorry about that. I was just unmuting myself. Apologies, Commissioner O'Brien. The players you're referring to, the participants in the league itself.
Yep.
Yeah. So Michelle or Josh, I don't know if this is one for you all.
Let me introduce to you, we have Kira Mendelson with us, who is the compliance manager for the H2H Global Gaming League. And she is located in the UK where all the games are played. So Kira, let me hand it over to you as far as the players' understanding of what's being asked in this state as well as other states as far as sports betting is concerned.
Absolutely, and thank you so much for the opportunity to present our product to you. I'm Kira Mendelson, League's Head of Compliance. In terms of the players, our company is very open and transparent with players. All employees are made aware of what jurisdictions we're going to, what licenses we're looking for. That includes the gamers as well. They are kept up to date as to all the compliance and regulatory requirements that the league require. And if they have any questions, there's open communication and an open door policy. There have been no communications back about this from them. And they're very excited to expand further into various markets and grow the product as a whole. I'm not sure if that necessarily covers what it is that you're requesting, Commissioner O'Brien, but just so you're aware, there is, as I say, absolute communication backwards and forwards on an ongoing basis with the gamers.
So I guess the question I have is not so much the compliance requirements and whether they're apprised of that, but whether they take a position on the impact on them or the support or lack thereof in terms of the petition before us today.
They most certainly would be supporting us in terms of growing further our business. They're aware of our efforts to expand into the US as much as we possibly can. They're very proud of the 17 licenses that we hold and look forward to holding more in various jurisdictions.
I'm going to add 18 licenses.
18, apologies. I'm so sorry.
Don't forget Puerto Rico.
I'm so sorry. 18 licenses. It's
since the application we've added Puerto Rico.
Yeah, apologies, 18.
And do you know, what was a specific query made in response in connection with the Massachusetts request? Or is the conversation we're having right now about their reaction a general ongoing conversation?
It is general ongoing conversations. They know they're always updated as to where we're applying for because they're aware of that. We have team calls and group company calls every 1 or 2 months, and we update as to what our intentions are and where we're going. So everybody is made aware of that, but not a specific sit down with the 100 or so players to say, this is where we're applying to. Are you comfortable with that?
And do you have individual contractual relationships with the players, or do they apply to be the participants?
So we hire them as employees. They go through the full process of recruitment with our company, and they apply as a gamer or a referee or whatever position it is they want to hold, and then they'll do their training with that. So we have an individual contract with each person who games.
So whether they're a participant or a referee.
Pardon me?
Whether they're a participant or a referee.
Absolutely, yes.
They have the same staff too?
Sorry, Michelle?
I'm going to let you answer that question. I was going to add one thing here as far as players are concerned. They have to audition in the sense they have to be a certain level of play.
Yeah.
And within our group, we're constantly changing their stats. So we have an ELO system, which is like a chess system. So on a daily basis, they can move up and down. And so there has to be a certain level of play to be considered a professional gamer. And also if a player at any point, their gameplay has fallen off, they can be culled from the team as well. And they're very aware of that. They're coached throughout the progress. And we also have some algorithms that are on the players for every match. So we can look at things like, are they playing all the way through? So once, they play outside of a game that's going to be bet on when they first come to us. And so we get to know how they play, and we're able to keep algorithms on them. So we can always watch and see if they're dropping off in the second half or whatever, and then they can be coached and talked to about that. But back to the other question you had. I'm sorry, I interrupted with that little bit of information.
So is there employer status? Is it the same relationship, whether they're a participant or a referee or someone else employed by the company?
There's different variations. They get paid differently in terms of incentivization and bonuses based on, and then they obviously get a hourly wage, etc. And then there's the permanent staff who get a permanent salary. So that in terms of that type of status, however, in terms of recruitment, induction, etc., and the policies and procedures that are needed to be followed, we are all under the same banner in terms of how we're treated.
I may have some follow-up, but I'm going to
absolutely
hand
with
back
pleasure.
to Commissioner Broder. Thank you.
With absolute pleasure.
Commissioner Broder?
Good to go, Mr. Chairman.
Absolutely.
Let's see what happened. Just so the folk, I was trying to suss out for myself the nature of the employer-employee relationship. I don't know if this exists in the UK the way it does here, where we have folks that there are kind of two base models, if you will. It's like an independent contractor relationship, which is based on contract, but you kind of maintain your independent status versus, you're a member of the team, you're identified as an employee of, in this case, SIS or whichever subsidiary, which piece are we to? Is there an analogy to the U.S. market? My understanding that they are full-time employees, the way that I would think of in the ordinary course, full-time employees, players, and the refs.
From a UK perspective, they're definitely not an independent contractor in that sense, nor are they permanent. So they're sitting in the middle where they've got employment rights under UK law, etc., whether they be the basic, and actually they're getting more robust based on changes in October last year.
And I suspect they're more robust than they are generically in the United States.
They're becoming significantly more robust, yes. And so that while they don't have the 100% protection that if a full-time employee has, they have a very good basis and protection under our company and the law.
They get benefits? I'm not looking for proprietary.
Yeah, they do. There's holiday benefits and they get statutory sick pay, etc. So that's what happens from their side. There's certain things obviously they don't get. However, as I said, that's starting to change in the UK.
And I want to keep it at a pretty generic level. Again, if I don't want to run into proprietary information, but is particularly the players. I assume the referees don't really have like a performance incentive in the sense of how well you do. Reffing might be a little bit trickier than how well you do playing the game. Is that hourly wage arguably the biggest part of their compensation, or is it mostly in the incentives?
Oh, Michelle, I correct me if I'm
It might be
wrong.
more complicated than the question suggests.
It is. I mean, there's a huge base up of different aspects of the game. They've got their set amount, but the more they win and the more they remain competitive and the more they move up the league, the more they can earn as they move up the league and the more, they sort of play and the more games they play. Now, Michelle, I know you mentioned a few things to us yesterday about that.
Yeah, and I think one of the things too about their bonus is that we're very strategic on how they're bonused. It's not just the win. We bonus them by, say, the half or the quarter, because we want to make sure that they're playing their all the way through the game.
Sure.
So I think it's an answer is how good they are, which part of is the majority of their salary is how they move on and move up.
Yeah.
And are they subject? Do you have, we call it non-compete? Can they play outside of their employment with you to the extent you have competitors or there's other opportunities for them to play esports?
So there may be some ESIC tournaments. They're not necessarily what we would consider our competitors. We definitely have players that play with us as a stepping stone to moving up to the next level. But one of the key things that we follow, though, is ESIC rules. So anything that happens to a player within our league, say someone would be dismissed, run afoul of the regs, then they couldn't play in any ESIC tournament. So we look at it that way. I mean, with the amount of hours that they're playing with us, I mean, unless it's a special tournament that they're kind of moving on to a higher level, they're usually pretty much with us, but we don't tell them, oh, you can't go play in this huge weekend tournament.
Yeah.
Got it. That makes sense. I'll shift gears a little bit and focus a little bit on the in the integrity issues and a couple of questions around that, because it's we have a pretty good handle, for better and for worse, about particularly in North American sports leagues where the problems arise. You can not too hard to find it in the newspaper if you choose to look. So the first question would be kind of a generic one. What do you all see as the leading threat to gaming integrity, specific to your world, specific to esports and the things you do?
I can take that really quickly. Esports is a very young sport. And when you say esports, it means so many different things to different people. There's shooting games, and then we play only sports games. And sometimes tournaments last 2 days. Most of our games are 15 minutes. So when we went around to put this league together, we looked at all the problems, and some of the problems are they 18? Can you control that? Can you control, because we're in a closed circuit, a closed studio, we control all the equipment. We inspect all the equipment. We make sure that no one can hack into our system while someone's playing a game. We also are able to have a little bit more say on the background and the drug testing of players. One of the things you'll see with just a general esports tournament is the latency in the video. And you'll see something on Twitch is going to be 20 seconds, 15 to 20 seconds latency. Well, you can't bet on that. So everything that we have comes out of our studio in sub-second latency. So we take care of that. And by keeping the players and monitoring them in every game, putting the algorithms on them, we're able to make sure that no one's throwing a game, they're playing to their ability. You can have a bad game, but we don't want to see that happen all throughout, the week. So, those are some of the things that we have gone through. We've also gone through with ESIC, as we were the first group to introduce betting on our esports, is they created something which is a gold standard where they work very closely with us to come in and evaluate our referees, our rules, and we were the first one to get that. So, esports as a whole, I think will get there, but I think that is one of the reasons why a lot of commissions are a little iffy when an esport gets asked is, what is it? And I know there were some other operators that have taken on some early esports only to find that it wasn't very bettable. One of the things by ranking our players in this ELO system is every day we look at how they did the day before or the day before that this week, and we can put two people together that are going to be highly matched. So that to make sure that we have games that are going to be competitive.
Yeah, I saw you did provide somewhere in these materials, which are voluminous, and I must say, the good credit to you for doing that. The bad news, and I'm being facetious, I read them, right? That's not always.
We expect that. I'll tell you that this journey that we have been on to get this approved in the U.S. has been quite a journey, and that particular manual you're referring to started with the DGE. They're like, do you have this written somewhere? And we're like, well, we do, we don't. So we worked with them. And then every state afterwards, there'd be people like you reading it and saying, well, what about this? So we'd add that in. And I'll give you an example. We had one state that we were keeping closed caption TV video for 60 days. And they came back to us and said, well, really, we want you to keep it for 90. So we now keep it for 90 and changed it in our manuals. So those are some of the things that, now that we've gotten to you 18 states later, we've been asked a lot of different questions by other commissions, and every time we just keep getting better and better with it because we just don't know what you're going to ask us. So we're trying.
It's kind of like buying a house, right? Every transaction leads to another piece of paper being added to the package of things you have to sign.
And one of the other things
to get over the hump.
Yeah, the DGE, got us to do is that, the league has its own website. It's a public facing website. So anybody can go in there and see the stats, can see the lineups, can see the results independently. So that's put out by the league. And that was something early on the DGE advised us to do, and we did.
You're breaking up a bit. Do that again.
I said that was the independent website was something we were advised from the DGE to do, and we adopted that with our first state.
So the I apologize if I end up jumping around a bit. So the proposal here, as submitted by FanDuel, contemplates the three esports and the one of much that you described. My sense is that from reading the materials that this was created by SIS to create a gambling environment for esports. I'm not offended by that. It's fun. That's the business you're in, and that is fine. But the materials throughout reference other esports, other opportunities, and I don't know what has been approved in each jurisdiction. I don't really know. I don't really need to know because the proposal before us is the proposal before us. Other than I would not want you to treat this as, you know, as like a poke under your toe in the water, whatever the case may be. If you have a growth strategy for the Commonwealth, it'd be great to hear about it.
Well, I'll tell you, here's where we were. Last year, we were live with 2 titles, which was basketball and soccer.
Mhm.
In the US alone, we had turnover of approximately $2.5 billion. In January, we added football, and we have plans to add baseball later this summer. And you know what our strategy is, and it's not a secret, is that we stick to sports titles. Because what we find is that our audience is not just traditional esports folks. It's somebody who likes to bet on basketball. They understand the rules, they know the markets, and they'll bet on the video version of it, the video game version of it. So since we target to sports books, we are targeting sports titles as we grow.
Yeah, and that makes sense. And that's a question that I'll have for both you and FanDuel is the documentation that we have, and it's always a moving process, but there's nothing about football in here. In the appendix, the appendices, excuse me, to the big doc here, the Content Services Inc. H2H Global Gaming League structure and operation regulations, blah 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 blah. It mentions e-basketball, mentions e-soccer, nothing on football yet.
We will get you the updated version because there is an updated version.
It is indeed. It is indeed.
We kind of look at that document as a living, breathing document, and we update it either A, when we add a title, or B, it could be once or twice a year if we take if something changes in our operation, or we get a request from a regulator to change something, and then we redistribute it out. So apologies that that one did not have football in it, but we can get that over to Andrew and make sure that's distributed to you.
Is it correct that there's a neat section? I'm not sure if it's a separate document or not. That's for regulators, which is always delightful in helping us kind of, get a little bit of focus, which is nice. A few questions that it does mention you're primarily focused on in-game betting. Again, just want to. There's nothing wrong with that. I think that is certainly the trend in the traditional North American sports betting marketplace. So no surprises there. So in terms of, it's going to jump back into gaming integrity a little bit and ask about, this is that all gamers are over 18. That is true. Can you give a more precise description of the demographic of your players, of your gamers, if that exists? It might be.
The average age is 22.
Yeah.
And most of them are college graduates.
Yeah.
I mean, I think for a lot of young teenagers, hearing that I can go to college and get a job as a gamer afterwards is something I never thought about when I was in college. But that's our demographic, and we've had gamers that go on to play at higher levels in bigger tournaments, and we've also had some of our gamers move into management within our league.
Yeah. That's true. No, that's.
And Chris shared with me at FanDuel, and I'm going to say it, and I know I can say it, is that the average age of our bettor, at least with FanDuel, is 35 years old.
Mm-hmm.
Because I think it comes back to, everyone thinks esports, they're young. But again, as I went back to, these are sports bettors that move on to into the esports version of that sport.
So one thing that's mentioned in the regulator section piece is that it's on page 7. Gamers receive a gamer tag which keeps them anonymous from anyone outside the organization.
Yes.
What does that mean? The only reason why I'm interested in that is because one of y'all was good enough to send Andrew essentially a video clip of
Yeah.
a match, and it looked like was the two players in the corner. And I would admit, I didn't look close enough to go, all right, are those like, memes or
No,
avatars or something like that, or the actual people?
They're the real actual people.
So what does it mean when you say, like, the folks who are given gamer tags and anonymous?
I think it's, in terms of that, what we're trying to mitigate against is any kind of external influence that may be had. So they're given.
Oh, it makes perfect
yeah,
sense.
you could call me
Absolutely.
ice queen, which sometimes I am, depending on the day of the week. And I think in terms of ensuring that people don't know their real name, it kind of mitigates any kind of external influence, tries to keep the integrity and make sure that they keep themselves off the social media. They're not allowed on social media at all.
Yeah.
That's banned for them. So it's, as I say, it's just to keep it as anonymous to the public as possible and protected for them as well.
But their tag name it's pretty common in gaming in general to have
a
handle, but they always keep the same handle, and that is what you're going to find in the statistics and when you go to the website.
So the anonymity is focused not on the appearance, but the name. And there, I know there's a whole, I don't know it personally, but there's a whole culture baked into this, right? That sometimes it's probably a little bit hard for you to navigate from a regulator perspective, right? It's like, look, this is the way it works. This is what creates the interest.
Yeah.
And then you get, some old dudes like myself going, what? What is that all about? So in some of your FAQs, one thing that caught my eye is, what types of esports are there, and you particular reference to the games you offer, the sports you offer. The most popular esports, those aren't on the list. So why aren't you in those markets? It seems like they'd be very popular.
We tried. So we'll give you an example. One of the titles we launched really early on was CSGO, which is a shooting game. It's been around a very long time. And we put it out there, and what we found with sports books that wasn't the audience yet. Doesn't mean it won't be in the future, but we just found that they're completely different audiences, and that just didn't fit us. So we abandoned that after about a year and went to only sports titles. And what you'll find is really interesting with gamers, it's kind of like all sports fans, is that there are fans that only like these shooting games, and then there are fans that only like the football game, and you never mix them together.
Yeah.
So we put our toe in that traditional esports genre, and I think it is a young sport. I think it's coming up. It's just not where we put our focus.
Sure. Because I know there is a ton of activity in that world, and it's delightful. And then the question becomes for us is there a fair and safe way to open that up to wagering, right? And
it's easier for the consumers to get used to it, because I know how to bet a basketball game. Well, I know how to bet this too, because the markets are the same, the rules, when you watch the general rules, are the same. Whereas suddenly there's a lot more learning curve if you're not someone who follows some of those games to know the rules. And I will say I've come a long way in my 4 years working with esports just to learn what we have.
So I think this might be my last question before I have a couple questions for FanDuel. The referee, like the analogy of the ref at a Celtics game, right, as opposed to a ref. I can understand what a ref does at a Celtics game, like they're making judgment calls. That's like, they're not calling like traveling. Right.
They're not calling
Tell me about that. Tell me about that role and what they're looking for and what they can actually.
I'm going to let Kara answer that. And as a nod to Americans, they do wear the black and white shirt.
Yeah, I did see that.
That was more for, so we knew what it is. But Kara, why don't you talk about what they're actually regulating?
So they're regulating at 2 points. They're regulating at the start of the game and then during the live game itself. So just before the game begins, they will come in, they'll look at the sheets, the game setup, they'll make sure everything is in place, the cameras are facing the way they should be facing. If a gamer wants to go into the studio, they can't go in by themselves, they have to go in with a ref or a manager, just constantly under surveillance. So they monitor the player's behavior generally from an outside perspective and monitor the game setup and equipment. During the live game, they monitor the actual movement of the data and how the gamers play. And if they see anything suspicious or unusual, they work with data teams within the company to see what's going up or down or potentially needs to be looked at. They have the ability to stop the game if they need to. So they've got the right to stop the game if they need to, which is incredibly important to make sure that, as I say, the game carries on the way it should be carrying on. They are in the constant contact with live data streams, other analytics teams within the company as the games are going on. And they monitor this along with the player's behavior to make sure everything is the way it's expected to be going.
Awesome. All right, so the next question, I think we're into FanDuel world now, so y'all take a break. So in the packet we have, we have the petition submitted by FanDuel, which is pretty standard fare. It's like 4 pages long. The next piece is maybe a few pages long, and it is referenced. I think it's intended to be the house rules, but I'm not sure. The file is labeled as eSports house rules. So the folks from FanDuel, the document that starts with a #1 eSports and then a #1 on that general eSports, is that your house rule submission? Yeah, Commissioner Broder, that was basically a sample taken from another jurisdiction that does permit esports. Apologies if that could have been labeled a little cleaner, but that would be a sample house rules of what we have in existing jurisdictions at the moment.
So let me understand the process as we see it today. Like, we can take the vote we would be asked to take today, and this is probably a question for our legal and our sports wagering folks, is today's vote would be whether or not to add this to our catalog, and then FanDuel or any other operator would have to come back with a specific house rules petition to before this goes live in the Commonwealth for any operator?
Commissioner Broder, that's typically the process, is that when an operator petitions an event, they include an excerpt of their house rules that they intend to use in their document. Any other operator that does not have the sport in their house rules would then have to come forward and revise their house rules to add esports. And currently no operators offer esports in their house rules.
The reason why I ask, because the content, I'm glad to hear that, because this submission is weak. I mean, it is, it clearly indicates that FanDuel in other markets is contemplating a much wider range of esports offerings. It references things around where we get into the world of things that I truly don't understand, like map changes and references to particular games that aren't derivative of North American sports, like first kill and blood markets, first inhibitor, first dragon, most two-way kills. A lot of emphasis on League of Legends, which I understand is a very popular game. And again, much like with the SIS content, no reference to how the Madden piece would work at all. So I'm glad to hear that, because this is a little bit of a close one for me. I think the SIS work is very thorough, very
reflects well on the possibility for this to become something we can add in Massachusetts. But obviously it need to be, that is no guarantee that any operator will enter the marketplace as we sit here today without, very specific and robust house rules around how these things will work in practice for Massachusetts patron.
Commissioner Broder, that document is an excerpt, as Chris stated, from another jurisdiction. If this specific product of eSports is approved today, we can work with FanDuel prior to implementation. They would come back with a more robust and revised document of house rules, including all three.
Outstanding.
And as well as removing the additional house rules that would not be approved in Massachusetts, so legal legends and that.
Perfect. That I'm happy to say, and you are probably more happy to hear, is all I have for now.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Broder. I see Commissioner O'Brien's myself. I do want to give just an opportunity, Commissioner O'Brien, to Commissioner Skinner, to Commissioner Hill.
Commissioner O'Brien, once again, feel free. I will make my comments when everybody's done.
All right, Commissioner O'Brien.
Just to follow up a little bit on Commissioner Broder's line of questioning. When I was going through it, the memo from sports wagering comments that the requests are for the three defined sports of football, basketball, et cetera. But the petition itself is just very broad. It's just eSports. And I know the chair and I had this conversation on this too, of I am also, I am leaning no, and I am on the fence on this for the very, very narrow three that are being asked for. I don't see the petition as being narrow. I see it as asking for the broader category. And then we'd have to come back. I just, as one commissioner, would want to make it very clear. I know we have the ability to put conditions, timelines, restrictions, all sorts of things if we're going to consider this. I can venture I'm not the only one that feels that way, but any sort of game that involves any kind of violence at all is a non-starter for me. And I don't know if that's your company. I just want to get out there. I want to say that. And wholly apart from the application, just because you can doesn't mean you should. And I don't know that just because people might want to bet on it in addition to sports, that we should do that. I'm not 100% convinced that giving people more in-game bettings and opportunities to bet is a really good thing. So that's another aside for me, more a commentary than a question for either FanDuel or yourselves. But for my fellow commissioners' edification in particular, I wanted to say that.
Thank you for those comments, and we do agree with them. We think that as esports titles are evaluated by any gaming commission, they should be looked at that particular company putting it out, not just the game title, because there's a wide variety of how people play esports, and you have to look at each instance to make sure that it is with holding up that integrity. So we're on board with your comments, and that is how we have shaped our product. And your comment about shooting games, I mean, that has been a big question with the Olympics when they were looking at it too. Should there be violent games? We stay away from those. We stay on the sports side as well for many reasons, but appreciate you saying that as well. So I know you're making the decision, but we are lockstep with the mindset on looking at every particular instance of playing a game and what game that is. As we get,
and then I'm sorry,
evaluation.
One last question I did want to circle back to, which had to do with sort of your external audit or compliance program in terms of, this is all kind of an ecosystem unto itself. So if there were allegations or an algorithm, check that comes up that indicates there might be something that maybe an external company or firm should be looking at, what's the process for that?
Kira?
There we go. Thank you. Apologies. Right. So in terms of this product and generally the company as a whole, there are independent third parties who we have doing VA and pen testing for us to check in terms of firewall and web security. And that's done on an ongoing basis. And that's done for the company as a whole, including the league itself. That's to ensure our numerous products, which are broadcast particular and data that's our strength, are protected from anything along those lines of algorithms and external influence. excuse me. In terms of other testing, we'll test where required. I know, pardon me, FanDuel also have testing from their side as well with regards to the product. And I know Chris will be able to assist with that. But we do our own testing, whether it be external or ongoing internal testing, to cover information security.
And then, Kara, why don't we talk about ESIC if there is an incident?
Yes, so
we do. Should we find a breach or a problem?
Yeah, absolutely. So in that event, if we are notified or come to see something's happened, unusual, suspicious, potential match fixing, we've got an open communication with ESIC. And we share information with them to look into the event, look into the player particularly. They're investigate as well. If they find that there's something more to it, they will appear on their black book. If they sanctioned, they have disciplinaries themselves. And all our players are signed up to ensure that they meet all the ESIC codes. So we have this ongoing communication with ESIC to ensure that the data and information that we are getting is shared with them as well, so that it's kind of going in and out in terms of integrity.
And they need to audit us once a year to keep our gold standard as well.
Okay.
Thank
Okay.
you. Yeah.
That's helpful. Thank you.
Can I piggyback on that, Commissioner O'Brien's question? And I think Kira mentioned it, but this is to Chris. Your integrity monitoring services that we would require would also cover any product that you offer. I assume this too, right?
That's correct, Commissioner Maynard. Yeah, we apply the same exact standards as we would to traditional sports across to the SIS products as well.
All right. Commissioner Skinner, Commissioner Hill. Commissioner Skinner.
No, I'm good. Thank you. My questions have been covered by my fellow commissioners, particularly the robust dialogue between Commissioner Broder and our guests.
Commissioner Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and through you to my fellow colleagues who asked some excellent questions and had similar concerns and questions that I had, which is normally the case when you have 5 commissioners. We all want to ask the same thing, but sometimes we go in a different direction to ask them. Michelle, you stated earlier, when you think of eSports, what do you think of? And when this was first brought to my attention, and Commissioner Broder brought this up a little bit already, I don't even think of basketball, football, and soccer. I think of the League of the Legends, Fortnite, Street Fighter, Rocket League, because when I've gone on YouTube or, to Google eSports, you see the thousands upon thousands of people who go to Madison Square Garden or go to the Los Angeles Convention Center, and they fill these arenas with these eSport taking place on a weekend. You don't see basketball, football, or soccer being played. You see these other, I'm not going to call them sports, but other events taking place, that were worrisome. And as I dug into this, which I did like everybody else did, I've seen that the number of people that worldwide that are getting into esports is almost doubled. It's like 640 million people who are witnessing these events taking place. What made me feel a little more comfortable is something I think you said, and I'm hoping you can answer it for me again. When you looked at these other events like Fortnite or whatever, you didn't see people actually wanting to bet on them like you did the basketball, football, and soccer. Was that an accurate statement that I heard from you?
Not yet. I'm not going to say, I think it's going to grow long term, but as far as commercial viability for a sports bettor, it's still in the infant stages.
So today, with what's before us, we're comfortable in saying that sports is something that the consumer wants to bet on and not these other events as much, and what could be happening in the future. I understand that.
That's been our experience. We did take a foray into a traditional sport, which was CS:GO, and it just didn't register with our clients. And, we sell this product, as we talked about here in the US, to sports books in 18 states, but we also sell it all over the world. And we also see trends that are really interesting, that certain countries love soccer. Some countries want to bet on football. So we see that the same as we see with the live sports. So, I do think esports will grow as the years go on, but this is where we're starting, because we see the sports bettors want to see it.
Sure. Back in 2023, there was an issue brought before us, and I questioned the integrity issues of the electronic stuff, how it could be manipulated, by somebody possibly. But from what I've been hearing today from both FanDuel and from SIS, it sounds as though you have implemented, firewalls, if you will, to help alleviate some of these integrity issues that we may or may not have had. I certainly did. The algorithms, the technical stuff that you guys have implemented makes me feel a lot more comfortable than I did before we had our conversation today, to be blunt with you. And that was something that I care deeply about. You also heard from Commissioner O'Brien and a little bit from Commissioner Broder, regarding the employees. This is something that we've always cared about in sports wagering. Here we ask questions like, if somebody, FanDuel, for example, comes before us, have you talked to the NFLPA? Have you talked to the MLBPA? NBAPA? We care about the employees and the people who are being bet on, very much here in the Massachusetts Gaming Commission. So those were questions that we all cared about and wanted to hear about. And again, I now feel a lot more comfortable after, hearing from you regarding the employee and making sure they're not being taken advantage of, if you will, or that they could be accosted, because of the way they play, even in electronics. We're hearing Chairman Maynard and I have recently heard some horror stories about how some college kids are just absolutely being abused. Their families are being abused. So it's something that we do take seriously here. So I was, happy to hear what you had to say about that. So with all that has been said and talked about today, any fears that I had regarding the request before us have been alleviated for me, Mr. Chairman. And I have no problem. And let's be honest, we're taking a chance here with what we would be doing if we were to agree to this. I was a little iffy on it at the beginning, but after hearing the discussions that we had and the concerns that were brought up, I, Mr. Chairman, don't have a problem, moving this forward today, but I am hearing that some of my colleagues might still have an issue with it. But the integrity issue is huge for us. The employee issue is big for us. And the fact of it being just sports related is something that we cared about. And I feel comfortable that you feel the same way we do about it.
Thank
That's
you.
all I have to say, Mr. Chairman, at this time.
Thank you, Commissioner Hill. I will get my thoughts out there before I go to Commissioner Broder, who I see is mutes off. Commissioner O'Brien and I had a robust conversation about this, and to be completely honest with everyone, I didn't know what I wanted to do, and I told her that. I've had time to sleep on it. I literally said I'm going to sleep on it. I think is what I said. I've had time to sleep on it. I've had time to listen today. And the question, I don't have additional questions, so you can stand down on that. Commissioner Broder, I'm going to hire Commissioner Broder if I ever need to be represented.
You pay me by the word.
It was, a couple things hit me. One is it was contemplated in the Massachusetts enabling legislation. That's one of the things that hit my brain. The second thing is, I don't know if Michelle ever intended to write a primer about regulation and compliance and why regulation and compliance is important, but I heard that answer multiple times today, and it was very persuasive. It's limited in its scope to sports. I will tell you right now, I will never support a first-person shooter game, and this is from somebody that loved to play Duck Hunt on NES. But anyways, I just showed my age. And there's no doubt in my mind, to something that Commissioner O'Brien raised. There's no doubt in my mind people are doing this in Massachusetts right now, today, as we speak. And they're betting on it. And so when I think about the pseudo regulated market, as I've been calling it, no offense to FanDuel, and these totally unregulated markets, I think back to a few weeks ago where we had a price situation on an application, and we were able to make a payout occur by not voiding a wager. So I think I'm going to support it, but I think I'm going to support it for the reasons that if we have insight into it, I think it makes it safer for the folks here in Massachusetts who are probably already doing this in places where they shouldn't be doing it. So and they should be doing, they should be doing it. If they're going to do it, they should do it with a regulated sports book. That's what I always say. Commissioner Broder.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I really will try to be brief. I appreciate you raising the point about the enabling legislation, specifically referencing eSports, because what that says to me is, and I'm not saying that any commissioner is thinking this way, but all right, this is just too weird, or I'm just not familiar with it enough. So I'm going to say no. The legislature clearly contemplated this as a piece of the sports gaming regimen. And I think we have to be cognizant of that. And I think we all are, don't get me wrong. I do want to circle back one more time with my friends from SIS about your social media policy. In particular, are employees allowed to in-game, before game, promote matches, comment on betting opportunities?
No, well, Kira and I'll both say at the same time, one of the policies we have when you come into play, first thing you do, your key card, you swipe your key card, and you put your cell phone away. And it goes into a lockbox, and they get it at the end of when they're leaving at the day. So first and foremost, we take their phones away from them. So they cannot have outside communication while they are in the studio playing. When we go back to the names that they use, the gamer names that they use, we don't allow them to have social media posts about it. As individuals, like any business, they can go off and do whatever they want, but as it pertains to this particular game or league, we don't want them out there for several reasons. We don't want them putting out information that could skew a game, and we also don't want people hating on them. So we hear about college sports. They don't need that. Go ahead.
And apologies, just to add to that, Commissioner Broad, I apologize for interrupting, but they only get the schedule on their matches at the beginning of their shift. By that stage, they don't have their phone. There's no pre-known opponents or teams that they'll be playing. The phone's away, and only then do they know what's happening. So there's a block already in terms of preempting what they may or may not do.
So the reason why I asked is because I suspected that was the answer from some of the materials I read and wanted to make sure I understood them. Because the chair is correct in that there is a marketplace for this. There is a prediction marketplace for this. The regulation, in my opinion, is light to non-existent. And so while we were chatting, and when the chair mentioned that, I popped on one of the sites to see and just cranked in eSports, right, to see what would be offered. Not only is the thing I happen to be looking at is Team Liquid versus something called a Dota 2 match, which I understand that game is pretty popular out there. But within the futures contract site, there are users that are essentially, I don't know if they're players or participants or just bettors, that are talking smack on the website about the particular match that is up for wagering. It is refreshing to see. And you can't control what goes on outside your world, right? There may be individual folks following this that on their own accounts, in their own ways, can do whatever they want. And you can't police that. We understand that. But the fact that that is constrained in your operation, I think, is a good thing. And there are limits to the argument of, well, they're going to do it anyway, so we should let them do it. But in this case, for the, as Chair, excuse me, as Commissioner Hill said, the proposal before us around the three sports that are referenced and the controls and paradigm that you have described do create a great deal of comfort for me, that this can be done fairly and with integrity, pending the review of any operators. Again, very specific house rules about how this opportunity would play out for folks in Massachusetts, so they can have a complete understanding of the marketplace before they place their bets.
Well, and I will share something with you that may be surprising to you and to some of your colleagues. SIS is an old company. We're about 40 years old. And we started in horse racing, and we still do horse racing. And so when our management approached eSports, which we have like this old sport and now this very young sport, we approached it, our management team approached this as we would any other betting event. And I think that's the big difference between our league and others out there doing it, is that there's the start that are just pure esports, where we look at it, of all the things we know have happened over many years in business with betting on sport, that we tried to think like, what could happen, and let's put some safeguards in place. So that's a little insight as to us as a company and how we approached this sport. Very much like we have with other content pieces we've distributed over the years.
I just want to double click on Commissioner Broder's point of, we don't let everything race down to the bottom. We just pulled some table tennis matches actually recently. It's a particular matter for a particular reason. Anytime that we approve or disapprove something from the catalog. Commissioner O'Brien.
So I just wanted to circle back on something, and if you don't feel comfortable discussing in an open setting for integrity issues, I understand that. But while you take the phone from an individual, are the rooms that they're actually playing in blocked, so there's no Wi-Fi or data signals into that room?
So apologies if Michelle, I'll jump in first. The phones firstly are locked in cabinets, which they can't get to. Excuse me. In terms of, we've got our VPN, our set VPN that requires MFA and extra things to get into. There's internet and Wi-Fi, obviously, but it's the company one.
I'm sorry, you cut out for a second. What?
Sorry, apologies for that. Yep. So yes, there is the Wi-Fi.
Oh no, I heard that. You said the VPN, and then you said, yeah, there's Wi-Fi, but, and then I lost you for a second.
So yes, there's general Wi-Fi. However, they don't have any phones on them. They get checked. Their bags are locked away and their phones are locked away.
They get pat frisk?
No, gosh, no.
So forgive me.
Apologies. No, goodness gracious.
Years as a prosecutor and somebody who's experienced middle-aged kids who know how to get around, the bags, you're not supposed to have phones and watches, etc. It's amazing to me how creative people can be to get around it. So
I've got a 7-year-old. She's very creative. So
it's amazing how adept and at what a young age they can figure it out. So just food for thought when just honors of putting your phone in the phone jail.
No, I know. I'm absolutely. And honestly, we do as much as we possibly can in terms of that. But at points, they will need to be able to, if they wanted to use their phone during their break, they do have a right to do that. And then they have to give it back in, and we once again sign it in and we check. There are constant checks with regards to their phones. People are walking around. We've got the CCTV at all times, 24/7, audio and visual, which is different to the rest of the building. So we've limited the CT studios to audio and visual. The rest is just visual. So we make sure that that's constantly monitored as well. There's somebody in front of the screen watching everything happening constantly in the studios, the green room, personal rooms, whether it be the prayer room, not inside the room, but nonetheless, we make sure that they are.
The prayer room?
There is a multi-faith room, yes. We
I
like to
thought
make
you
sure
meant
that our
like
staff.
Like a green room before they go in. I thought.
Oh, no, I apologize. No, I just mean we've got bunches of rooms, and one of them is a green room, relaxation room. All of that is under surveillance.
Yep. Yeah. Got it. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Chair, just to clarify one point, on the top of page 115 of your packet is a sample of what our event catalog would look like if approved today. I just want to clarify that this petition strictly pertains to the 3 SIS offerings, nothing else. Even if SIS begins offering other games, such as baseball potentially this summer, or League of Legends, Rocket League, whatever it may be, an operator would still need to come forward to petition the event and update our calendar. So if approved today, it's strictly e-basketball, e-football, and e-soccer. Just wanted to clarify that.
Andrew, thanks for that. I did want to say, just from FanDuel's perspective, apologies. That was not the intention to make this seem like an overarching. We would obviously want to clear any individual games with the commission.
Commissioner Skinner.
Chair, thank you. I wanted to just add in, that's the understanding that I walked into this discussion with, and I do appreciate that the commission will have an opportunity to review and find detail through our sports wagering division, the house rules that will come before us before this goes live. I thoroughly appreciated the discussion. I think it was very necessary to get those important questions asked by my fellow commissioners answered. So I, as one commissioner, support moving forward to what I will call the next phase of the offering here. Should the commission vote to approve the addition of this eSports into the Massachusetts catalog. And thank you to the petitioners for being what sounds like you were very well prepared for the discussion.
I was going to say well said by Commissioner Skinner, and then you added that, and even better well said. Is that a phrase? Can we say that? Well said times 2.
Mr. Chairman, I'm ready to make a motion if we are at that point.
Commissioners, I always, especially when it's a hot topic like this, I want to give everybody time to get their words out, everything and questions answered. All right.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Sorry, Commissioner Broder, just one thing before we move, which is the discussion about this is happening and therefore we should, do it in a legal market. I absolutely believe in that, but I also have to say, as one commissioner and talking to people in the RG community, that I still would love to see actual stats. I don't like the boogeyman of saying, look, it's got to be happening, and so therefore let it in, because I question the veracity of some of that in terms of where the stats were coming from. I just wanted to throw that out there as anybody who's looking at the overall conversation today. I think some of those assumptions also need a deeper dive. So sorry to cut you off, Commissioner Broder.
Oh, that's right. And related to that, it is fair to add that the one match that I referenced appeared to be very low volume. Again, not an expert. That's kind of my, anecdotal distilling of what I saw. Not a high volume wager, but obviously out there. So what the potential volume is, I don't know, but that is very much a point well taken.
And I'll add in, Commissioner O'Brien, when I was referencing back to our 2x2, but really that's what I meant. I meant that, it's a difficult balance that we have to strike between, it's a tightrope that's about the gauge of dental floss, is what I tell people for watching this, on which side we're going to fall on any of these given issues. We want to protect people. Sometimes protecting people means legalization. Sometimes protecting people means not allowing it in the catalog, and it's tough. So Commissioner O'Brien, want to make sure that that I hope I didn't misstate anything that I was trying to get at. So thank you.
So we all good. Then, Mr. Chairman, I move that pursuant to 205 CMR 247.03, paragraph 8, the commission grant FanDuel's request made pursuant to 205 CMR 247.03, paragraph 1, to add SIS eSports to the event catalog as included in the commissioner's packet and discussed here today.
Second.
Thank you. Commissioner O'Brien,
I'm a no.
Commissioner Hill,
Aye.
Commissioner Skinner,
Aye.
Commissioner Broder,
Yes.
and I vote yes, 4-1, 4 yea, 1 nay.
Thank you, Commissioners. I just want to take a minute and just thank SIS and FanDuel for the ongoing conversations over the last 7 to 9 months. So thank you, everyone here.
Thank you, Andrew. Thank you to SIS. Thank you to FanDuel. I'm going to need a quick break. How long do we need, commissioners?
10 minutes.
Whatever
would
you
be
need.
fine.
10 minutes. All right. So we'll meet somewhere around 1:35. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a great afternoon.
Take care. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Cheers. Bye-bye.
You.
All right. Wait 1 second to get on. All right. I see everyone back. This is a reconvening of the Massachusetts Gaming Commission. We're holding this meeting virtually, so we have to do a roll call. Good afternoon, Commissioner O'Brien.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Commissioner Hill.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Commissioner Skinner.
Good afternoon.
And good afternoon, Commissioner Broder.
Good afternoon.
All right, we just had a robust, I know I use that word a lot, but this one was really robust conversation. And we're entering back in to go to item number 6. For that, we're going to the Investigations Enforcement Bureau, and I believe CEC Kramer is going to lead this conversation.
I am. Good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. We have one recommendation for the Commission's consideration today, and that will be handled by Enforcement Counsel Kennedy. So I'm going to turn it right over to Nate to get into it.
Thank you, Kathleen. Good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. Nathaniel Kennedy on behalf of the IAB. The IAB is presenting its recommendation for the civil administrative penalty in an amount of $7,500 upon Bally's Interactive LLC doing business as Bally Bet or Bally's for a non-compliance event occurring April 12th and April 13th, 2025. The regulations implicated in this matter are 205 CMR 25404, 205 CMR 133063, 205 CMR 256071, and 205 CMR 254026. The IAB originally briefed the Commission on this non-compliance event on August 14th, 2025, at which point the Commission decided to assign this matter to the IAB pursuant to 205 CMR 232011A. Just to refresh the Commissioner's memory, the facts of this incident involved Bally's transmission of marketing emails to 2 individuals who had excluded themselves from gaming on Bally's platform. On April 12th, 2025, Bally's sent 6 emails to an individual who had registered for a temporary cool-off period. These emails included promotional marketing for betting. On April 13th, 2025, Bally's had sent 2 emails to an individual who had enrolled in the voluntary self-exclusion program for a 5-year period. These emails included a promotional welcoming offering. This matter was discovered by Bally's and reported to the Sports Wagering Division on April 17th, 2025. And on February 9th, 2025, the IAB submitted its recommendation to the Commission via email, which was recirculated to the Commission last week. As outlined in the recommendation, the IAB investigated this matter, had further discussion with Bally's concerning the cause of the incident, and reviewed the remedial measures taken. During the IAB's review, no additional information was uncovered that would materially change the nature of the noncompliance as it was originally presented to the Commission. Bally's is in agreement with the IAB's recommendation. Based on the IAB's review, communication with the operator, and guidance from the Commission, the IAB is recommending the Commission assess a $7,500 civil assessment upon Bally's. At this stage, the IAB is asking that the Commission vote for one of 2 options available pursuant to 205 CMR 232023A and B, which are either adopt the IAB's recommendation as the Commission's final decision, or reject the IAB's recommendation and issue a notice of intent to adopt a separate recommendation following an adjudicatory hearing. The IAB is happy to answer any questions the Commission may have prior to making its decision.
Thank you, Counselor. Commissioner Skinner.
I think Commissioner Broder had his
you
off first.
Sorry about that.
Okay.
By mistake.
Okay. So my initial reaction is that $7,500 seems low, and I understand that the impact is relatively low, right? We're talking about in quantity, let's say that, right? Because we're talking about 2 individuals, one of whom signed up directly with the operator for cool-off period, the other who had registered or enrolled, in the VSC program over a year prior to when the incident was discovered. So I have many, many questions, and so bear with me. Is this the first incident? I understand this is Bally's first matter of non-compliance, but have there been any other operators who have been found to have violated the same provisions of the statute and regulations? And if so, what have been the penalties applied?
I believe there had been one prior similar VSC marketing contact, but I am not aware off the top of my head what that penalty had been. But again, different operator and different sets of facts, so the circumstances may have been different in that.
Understood. Those facts are going to be important to me. So I don't know how quickly we can get that information. And my apologies, I referenced statute, but I understand there's no statute involved here. So can I ask just generally, the 6 emails, in the instance of the 6 emails sent in one day, do we know if that was an anomaly or is that standard business practice?
Of whether emails, like 6 total emails.
6 advertising emails in one day.
To
a single individual. And I'm only dealing with the facts I have before me. I don't know how many other individuals got the same 6 emails, folks who weren't on the VSE, folks who weren't registered for a cool-off period, but the 6 emails seems relatively high in number. And I want to make sure that I am staying with the allegation of non-compliance, right? To my understanding, I don't think the 6 emails in one day is a violation of anything, but do we understand the circumstances around the 6 emails? Was that by design, or was that also part of the error in the system?
I do not know if that is standard procedure for Bally's to send 6 emails to any particular individual in a day.
So in this process, in this stage, doesn't allow for further inquiry of Bally's, is that correct?
Commissioner, if I could chime in, I know in the past there have been questions that the commission has asked for some follow-up from the IEB on, even when the commission has adopted a recommendation. So certainly we could go back to Bally's if there's particular information that you would like to have. And I think in the past, our practice has been to circulate that to the commission in a memo format after we present. So if that's something that you would like us to do here, we could certainly go back to Bally's to ask them a bit more about the cadence of the emails on this particular occasion.
Yeah, I would. Here's why that's important to me. It speaks to the level of egregiousness here that is going to factor into my determination as to whether this penalty that's recommended by the IEB is appropriate. The other question that I have is, what steps did Bally's undertake to understand or to rule out any prior emails being sent to one or both of those individuals prior to that date of April, the 2 dates actually, April 12th and April 13th, right? And because it seems to me that if we're having this issue more than a year after the fact of this individual signing up for the VSE program, I'm going to need to understand how it is that Bally's arrived at the determination that April 13th in that instance was the only date that the patron was sent the marketing email.
Certainly.
Do you understand what I'm asking, what I'm getting at?
Whether they had conducted a retroactive look back to see if any other, yes.
Yeah, precisely. And do we know what created the issue? I understand ultimately there was a trouble with the two systems talking. We're talking about the white hat system, the white hat gaming system, and the patron account management system. Do we know what caused that disconnect between the two systems?
From my conversations with Bally's, it was a technical, basically the two softwares didn't speak the same language. And so there was a patch applied. That patch seemed to have remediated the issue. So that's the best I can put into words that even really I understand the technical component of it without having someone who would understand the coding or the language that was specifically being used between the two systems.
Sorry, the two systems, that's the white hat gaming and the back office, the White House, no, excuse me, white hat gaming back office. Those are the two systems we're talking about, right?
No, I believe it's White Hat Gaming's system communicating with Bally's specifically. So White Hat Gaming is Bally's third-party patron account management provider. And so their communication with Bally's specific marketing email system was where the communication disconnect.
Okay, so you're following me at least. Those are the two systems that I'm referring to. What was the disconnect? Because it's not exactly clear. And I guess when did Bally's start using white hat gaming?
So right? Bally's has always since the launch in Massachusetts, Bally's has used white hat gaming as their patron.
Okay, so that's what makes it hard for me to understand why, if Bally's, and I'm not recalling the launch date, right? But if they have been using that system since launch, what happened in the systems, right? What was the issue that was caused that allowed on April 13th, 2025, the sending on April 12th, the sending of those two emails, those 8 total emails to those two patrons?
I'm not sure I understand that question. From date of launch.
So if they have been using that white hat gaming system, I would expect, or since they launched, I would expect to see this issue sooner in the operations than later, right? So if we were talking about, this happening, a couple of months after launch, to me, that would make more sense as opposed to, a couple years later. Again, forgive me, I don't recall when Bally's launched in Massachusetts. I know they were on the later side, but what would cause, if the systems have been exactly the same since launch? Like the heart of my question is what would cause any impact to those systems such that two patrons out of how many, right, on the VSC and on the timeout to get those 6 emails over the course of 2 days? To me, something's just not connecting in what is what was uncovered in the report. So I'm going to need some more information. I'm going to yield now. I do have some additional questions, but I can yield to let my fellow commissioners jump in should they choose to. But there's a lot of information that I think I'm going to need before I'm comfortable accepting this recommendation.
If I could, Commissioner, just before we move on to the other commissioners, I think if I'm understanding your question correctly, and I'm certainly not a tech person, but my understanding too is that the systems are updating on a pretty regular basis. And there's patches that are coming through. And my assumption here, or the way that at least I had understood it, was that there might have been an update that the Bally system and the White Hat Gaming system were just not configured the same way. So it wasn't something that necessarily was symptomatic since the start of launch, and why it might be isolated is just that if they're continuing to update the technology, and in particular update the formatting language between the two systems did not match in this particular instance. Yeah, and happy to go back to Bally's, of course, and try to get some more information.
Yeah.
So we can certainly do that.
I hear you. Might be is not good enough, right? This might be the reason is not good enough. I think that I know that I'm gonna need Bally's to pinpoint exactly what happened in this instance. Again, if I'm missing it in the report, please excuse me, you can refer me to what I might have overlooked, but I'm not seeing that in the report. So did you have another question?
I was just going to answer your original question, which involved whether we've experienced or had a kind of similar type of violations. We have, as Nate mentioned, we have had one violation that Zach presented. I don't recall when he presented it, but it involved PSI, and it was similar in that there was emails and marketing materials going to individuals, and that involved 8 individuals, and the commission adopted a $10,000 recommendation.
Thank you.
Okay.
I was going to ask for her to follow up on that piece too, Commissioner Skinner. So thank you, Kathleen. Commissioner O'Brien?
So I had that money question too. I have a memory of one of the first times we had violations, different offense, but it was offering on a Massachusetts college by accident, caught very quickly, et cetera. And I think we did a 10,000 fine as the minimum. So curious as to why the distinction. I think the type of violation could be damaging here. So I have a question on that and why the delta in terms of those fine basements. And then I believe you answered this when you presented it to us for what to do in the first instance, but I know this was self-reported. Is there any indication that either of these patrons either tried to act on it or filed any sort of complaint either with Bally's or with us or anyone else about the fact that they were given the solicitation?
There was not. And can I just clarify when you say to act on it to make a complaint? Is that what you were asking?
Yeah, to either did they act on it and attempt to bet, despite the fact that they were VSC and or in a cooling off period, and or any indication they called us or Bally's or anyone else as a patron to complain about the fact that they'd received this?
So for that first question, I just want to make clear that the Bally's exclusion system did work and excluded the individuals. It was specifically to their marketing email software that did not catch that they were in the excluded list. So they couldn't have bet. They would not.
But do we know if they tried and failed, or it's just when you test the system, there was no indication there could be a breach?
There was no indication, and they did not complain either. So that's like a question.
Okay, so both would be no. Okay. So I did have at first blush, I did have the same reaction Commissioner Skinner did, which given, a cooling off and a VSE, while the first offense, it was, an affront to statutorily how we're supposed to protect people with the VSE and the cooling off. My instinct would have been to do a higher fine. I understand Commissioner Skinner has other outstanding facts she's looking for before she can give a response, but I that's my inclinations to say the fine is too low given the circumstances.
Can I ask a question? Because Commissioner Skinner and then Commissioner O'Brien, I think I'm on the same line of questioning. On the, the commission set a standard with that $10,000 fine. You said there were 8 instances, CEC Kramer, of marketing?
In the PSI fine that the commissioner or that the IEB presented previously, that involved 8 instances or 8 separate individuals. So I shouldn't say even 8.
Oh, okay.
It was
This
8
was
individual.
2.
This is 2 individuals.
I can logically get to 7,500 from 10,000 if I'm sitting in your seat. If you and I switch seats tomorrow, I can see why you did what you did. And I'd probably do something similar.
Yeah, that's why this is helpful. Because out of the total of 177, 2 in Massachusetts.
Correct.
Correct. And is there a breakdown of how many of those of the 177? I know we're not dealing with all 177, but it's important to me. How many of those individuals were on the VSE and how many were on a self-imposed cooling off?
I don't think we have that information, but certainly could go back and ask Bally's for it. I think it was 177 over 11 other jurisdictions, I think. But I don't think I have a breakdown of whether they were in the cool off period or whether they were in the equivalent of a VSE program in another state.
Okay, just to follow up somewhat to Commissioner O'Brien's question around, whether those patrons attempted to place a wager. And I know differing schools of thought on this, but has there been any communication by Bally's to those individuals falling on the sword, saying, you know, we sent these by accident. You were never supposed to get this, you know, apologies. The system did work, right? It is working, and whatever failures occurred on April 12th and 13th have been corrected. Any information as to whether or not Bally's did reach out? Again, I understand there are two different schools of thought on this, you know, whereby reaching out to the patron only increases, you know, it can be seen as sort of enticing. But then at the same time, I think our patrons need to know that, you know, this was an anomaly. This was not supposed to happen. And more importantly, we've corrected it. And so you will not receive any additional marketing communication while you're on this VSC or cooling off period. How do we reconcile that, if at all? So maybe it's unfair to ask you that. I did have a conversation with Mark this morning. I don't know if he's on and he wants to weigh in, but I can withdraw my question if he's not here. But I don't know. I think, again, the point is to make sure that those individuals do understand that this should not have happened, and they've taken steps to ensure that it doesn't happen again. And not just these two patrons, right? Anybody watching from the public should understand that, you know, we take these matters extremely seriously. There's Mark. Chair, I don't know if it's appropriate to have Mark weigh in at this point.
Well, I was going to say, what did he say to you this morning if he didn't come on? But here he is.
Well, I'm tracking the conversation while doing other things, but I would say reaching out to a patron who's on the voluntary self-exclusion list, who has taken an active step at a certain point of time to say, I don't want to have anything to do with this. I need to remove myself from this situation. Seems like a serious issue to me. When we in the voluntary self-exclusion enrollment process, we're very careful to get consent from the enrollee, even to notify them that the duration of their exclusion is about to end. And so, in absent that, there's no contact. There should be absolutely no contact. Sending promotions seems like a significant violation.
I think the question was from Commissioner Skinner, Director Vanderlyn, and just to make sure we're all level footing, is it better now to re-engage that customer and say, hey, there was a mistake, or is it better not to do that at all? I will note that we do take this seriously. That's why 6 emails, 2 people were, the IAB's recommended a $7,500 fine after the MGC has done a $10,000 in the past. So we're putting money behind this. By the way, I checked with the CEC before today, and this is a high fine compared to other jurisdictions, which is good. I think it's a good thing, not a bad thing, but compared to other jurisdictions. So would it be better to re-engage them or not re-engage them, was what I heard Commissioner Skinner ask earlier.
Yeah, I wish I had a really clear answer to that one way or the other. What Commissioner Skinner and I spoke about this morning is that if there is any communication that goes out, it should be absolutely neutral in terms of how it's delivered, and even down to sort of the company logo. That there's no way that we would want to trigger anybody who is on the voluntary self-exclusion list. So I would say, I'm not sure I could answer yes or no, but if so, then that would be my recommendation.
Can we confirm though that the operator did not reach out to either of the 2 patrons? I'm assuming no, right? Just given the prior discussions that this commission has had relative to that.
We can certainly inquire of Bally's to confirm. just to add in, I recall, Mark, the conversation we all had when we were trying to come up with the reg on were we going to give alerts to people when their cooling off period or requested VSE was about to expire. There was a lot of conversation on whether that was more hurtful than helpful. So I would assume they have not. I know there was debate on it, Mark, but it was not clearly helpful necessarily. And I question in this circumstance, they've already accidentally been given this communication. I'm not so sure, flagging the error, it would have been helpful in this circumstance.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman.
Oh, go ahead. I have one more question, but I'll yield to.
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry. I thought you were all set.
What assurances did Bally's give that these were the only 2 patrons affected, and these were the only 2 days over which these emails, this communication was sent?
I spoke to the head of responsible gaming at Bally's. They indicated that they conducted a database query, which compared the email dates sent to exclusion effective dates for individuals on their platform. That their query only flagged these 2 patrons for having received any communication.
Okay, thank you for that. So I've gotten some additional information, particularly with respect to the prior fine this commission issued to an operator in a similar incident. I would like to understand, just as an aside, and I think it would be helpful for us all to understand as a regulator, whether that 6 email situation is standard business practice. I think it seems to be excessive for any patron to receive 6 emails from one operator in one day, let alone someone who has excluded themselves or enrolled in the cooling off. So I'm curious about that question. Doesn't necessarily need to be factored into my determination today as to whether the 7,500 is appropriate. But if you could, CEC Kramer and Council Kennedy provide that information at some point, that would be appreciated.
I do have an answer to, I believe, another question you had asked initially, whether Bally's conducted any retroactive audits to determine whether anyone else had been affected. So I just want to double confirm. I have another confirmation that they did conduct an audit to determine how many patrons were affected. So that is a little bit different than the question you just asked. You asked earlier. So they had conducted that and confirmed that there were no other emails sent to these patrons.
Yeah, and those 2 questions, in addition to the prior violations questions, that was the extent of everything that I had, I think, right?
Can I piggyback on you, Commissioner Skinner? I've been piggybacking a lot today. I'm interested to know, those 6 emails, were they 6 separate emails, or were they accidentally sent the same email sent 6 times? Was it 2 emails sent 3 times? I'm curious about that piece too.
I have the emails. I'm just trying to pull them up. If that's something that I can give to you in a supplemental, but I mean, we're here on the stream. I'm trying to search my emails to find those emails to confirm that question.
So you've taken a look at them. That's
I have seen them, yes.
Okay. I will let you take the time to do that. Commissioner Broder may have a statement or a question.
Sure. Not so much a question. I'm very comfortable with the fine for the reasons that have been, kicked back and forth. I think it's appropriate in terms of scale and context. I am interested in the discussion that we have had about whether and what contact is appropriate when someone inadvertently receives an email that is on the VSE list. I respectfully suggest that is something that would be appropriate for a specific focus on another day, because I do think, particularly for the folks with that have entered into a long-term VSE commitment and then a year later gets a communication, I think they could very easily conclude, oh, maybe I'm up. And how would I figure that out? But I do not suggest we resolve that today. I think we hopefully can move forward on the fine and on to our next matter.
Thank you, Commissioner Broder. Yeah, we may need to make Director Vanderlyn, and we have been talking about this for quite some time, as Commissioner O'Brien noted, going back to licensing. We may just need to make a judgment call at some point to help give direction to their operators. And I know that the judgment call is, there's no exact answer, but we may need to come up with something eventually, to Commissioner Broder's point, on a separate meeting at a separate time, but we may need to just eventually put it to bed. For now, knowing that it could change, right, as facts change.
Chair Maynard, and I respect that for another time, but I actually just pulled up information from a meeting where we discussed the possibility of what outreach would look like, and I would be glad to bring that back before the commission for further discussion.
Thank you. Commissioner Hill, anything to add? All right. Commissioner Skinner, I want to make sure that the information you want, are you comfortable moving forward with the vote is what I'm going to, I know Councilor Kennedy, did you find the emails?
I do have the emails.
I was stalling as good as I could.
I have them, yes. Just to clarify, and I do apologize, I wasn't clearer on this. So the registration period for the cool-off individual was between he started on April 1st, 2025, and the cool-off date ended April 29th, 2025. During that period of time, on April 5th, 6th, 7th, 11th, 12th, and 15th, there were emails sent. So those are 6 total emails over the course of those 6 separate days. So they were not sent on one day.
Okay.
I apologize. I should have made that clearer in my report.
Thank you. That's helpful, but I don't know that the impact is any different from my standpoint. I mean, I don't know. I'm ready to move forward. Although I do think, and I think it would be unfair not having seen the emails, not having, an understanding of what makes sense in terms of outreach to the patron, right? As Commissioner Broder said, that's a question that's best left to be answered for another day on a prospective basis. But I don't know that I don't think that I'm okay with the 7,500, but it sounds like you might be able to get to consensus without me.
I don't
But
know.
I am okay moving forward.
As the chairperson, I don't know that that's what I'm looking for is consensus over if a commissioner truly has additional questions they need answered to make a determination. I would never force a vote. Let me just be clear from my perspective. What I will say is, Commissioner Skinner, is if you are comfortable moving forward, we would I would gladly hear a motion, and then you could get that additional information. So I don't want anybody to feel like they're forced to take a vote on this.
Yeah, I think the last piece of information, and I think I started with this, is what created this issue? What happened in the process, the normal process that Bally's has been following with between the two systems? What happened on April 12th and 13th? Why did this process not work on those 2 days? That question still hasn't been answered for me. And there's no indication, as far as I can see in the report, that speaks to that. Again, if I'm overlooking it, please point me in the right direction.
No, I mean, I have a philosophical, like when we decide to kick something to IEB, I, as one commissioner, have to trust that the IEB is prepared to do their work and to make determinations based on the guidance we give them. And then I have to just be comfortable not knowing what I don't know and know what I do know, and set directions for the future course when something else comes my way. And that's how I approach it. To me, some of the nature of the questions that have come up during this conversation are better when we take them up, right? And when we are the ones asking the questions and we have witnesses and so forth. So I'm not going to force a vote, but that is, I just did want to get my philosophical, where I come from when I approach these things is, I know that Councilor Kennedy, it's been a long time since I've been in a courtroom, and it's not been a long time since he's been in a courtroom. So I respect his judgment at every given time. And that's not to say anyone else doesn't respect his judgment at all. I'm just saying that's how I approach it.
And I respect your position. However, for me, that's why we have those three options, right? You know, we can accept the recommendation, we can reject and hear the matter ourselves, which is not at all what I'm suggesting. And I forget what the third option is, but you get my point, I think. So because, you know, this is coming before us, for you know, an adoption of, or for, you know, a consensus, a vote on how to move forward, I'm not going to be comfortable accepting the recommendation, because there's information that I just don't have. And Chair, you're calling for a vote. I would not consider it, you know, a force. I would not consider it you forcing the vote. So please proceed as you will.
All right. And if you wanted to make a motion to move on to a hearing, I would take that motion too. All right. Do we have a motion on this matter? Commissioner Hill.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the commission adopt the recommendation of the IEB with respect to imposing a civil administrative penalty on Bally's Interactive LLC doing business as Bally Bet for $7,500 as discussed here today.
Second.
Thank you. Commissioner O'Brien. Oh, you're on mute, Commissioner O'Brien.
I vote this way with the understanding my comments about the fine has been heard and received by IEB going forward. And with that statement, I would vote aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hill.
Aye.
Commissioner Skinner.
With absolutely no disrespect to the IEB and the work that they conduct on behalf of the commission and on behalf of the Commonwealth, I am a nay.
Thank you. Commissioner Broder.
Yes.
And I'm a yes. 4-1. 4 aye, 1 nay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. All right. I believe that takes us to item number 7. And for that, we're going to kick it over to the legal division.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. 2 items, 7A and 7B, are 2 final regulations for promulgation, and Justin is going to be presenting both of those items. And so I'll turn it over to him to present.
Thank you, Kevin. Good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. As Kevin stated, we have 2 regulations coming back for final promulgation and potential votes this afternoon. The first one is, as ordered in the packet, is 205 CMR 116. The materials begin at, I believe, page 216 in the packet. So this is 205 CMR 11610. These are certain amendments that are being made to the interim authorization regulation as attached to transfer of interest. This was previously brought before the commission for an initial promulgation back on December 18th, 2025, and went out for public comment. We had a public hearing on February 10th, 2026, and we have received no comments on this particular regulation. This regulation, as the commission may remember, had to do with deciding whether the commission would rather have an interim authorization report from the IEB or to proceed to a full suitability review on a case-by-case basis. Additionally, it makes certain amendments to required timelines for both interim and full authorizations, but also allows the commission to extend the required timelines if necessary during the investigatory period. So without further ado, that's 205 CMR 11610, and I'm available here if there's any questions or comments.
Thank you. Commissioners, questions for Justin?
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Hill.
I move that the commission approve the amended small business impact statement in the draft of 205 CMR 116.10 as included in the commissioner's packet and discussed here today. And further, that staff be authorized to take the steps necessary to file the required documentation with the Secretary of the Commonwealth to finalize the regulation promulgation process.
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner O'Brien,
Aye.
Commissioner Hill,
Aye.
Commissioner Skinner,
Aye.
and Commissioner Broder.
Yes.
And I vote yes, 5-0.
Thank you, Chair and Commissioners. The second regulation for discussion and potential vote for final promulgation today has to do with limiting of patron wagers. The regulation number is 205 CMR 238.30. As that begins on page 225 in the packet. We attached all the public comments as well as the operator comments that we received. This was first brought for initial promulgation back in December of 2025. We had a public hearing and we received the written comments that are part of the packet here today. As you may recall, the regulation that was drafted provided fairly broad notice requirements being made to patrons in the event that they are limited by a sports wagering operator. And the discussion back in December was to handle it in that manner such that the details of meeting those requirements could be addressed in internal controls that would be submitted in the normal course of affairs through sports wagering and then up through the executive director for normal approval. That being said, some of the comments and questions we received primarily from our operators raised certain topics which may be helpful for the commission to clarify right now so that as sports wagering has those communications with operators around notice and how this would be implemented, that they can receive the instruction from the commission as a whole so that when they're having those discussions, we can address those questions squarely now. And I'm happy to kind of walk through each one of those points with the commission so that sports wagering can hear from you and so that when they have those communications with operators, those questions are already answered. If that is helpful, I guess the first one of those items that would be helpful for the commission to address would be the timing of the notification in the event that a patron is limited. So, Director Teresi may have some opinions on this as well, given that sports wagering is her remit, but the question essentially for the guidance to be presented to the operators would be, how quickly would the commission like the patron notified once they have been so limited?
What's the recommendation?
I believe the recommendation that Carrie and I had discussed was 48 hours. Is that right, Carrie?
Yeah, that's right. I think, just to put a point on what Justin said, the regulation requires timely notice. So just some clarification on what exactly we mean by timely. And we felt like within 48 hours was reasonable, but looking for your guidance there.
Reasonable with me. Goes back to my reliance on our fantastic staff, Chief Teresi.
I'm good with it, particularly given the tech involved. That doesn't seem like an insurmountable ask to me.
If you're going to make the decision,
I said this in the 2x2s, but if they know they're going to limit you, you'd think there'd be at least a canned reason to alert the person and then the reason. A little faster than that, but on the whole, I think 48 hours is fine.
Can I ask a question?
Commissioner Skinner.
Chief Teresi, are just the general risk warning, if you will, of being limited by an operator, is that something that's found in the House rules? Would you remind me?
No, it was one of the things that I brought last fall as a possible regulation that the commission could consider, I called it sort of like a truth in advertising disclaimer that would appear, somewhere on the platform that said you could be limited for any number of these reasons. You all decided not to move forward with that one at that time, but we can of course come back and discuss additional possible regulations if there's interest in that.
Yeah, that would be my request. And I am recalling, I took a look at the materials. I refreshed my recollection on with Justin's assistance. on the discussion that we had. So it's my understanding that this is not a closed matter. Once we promulgate these regulations, it's my understanding that we as a commission discussed other methods that we could utilize, that we could impose on the operators to make sure that there is transparency and fairness throughout this process. And so that's one of the things I'm going to be interested in taking a look at in the future, is what advance notice, right? At the time that someone deposits funds, for instance, or at the time that an individual creates an account with the operator, what the risk, what might get them limited right at the outset. I think that should be communicated. As for what is it? What is the language in the regulation?
Timely notice.
Timely notice. As for timely notice, I do think that for the recommendation, the 48 hours makes sense as a starting point.
Guys, a quick follow-up question to Commissioner Skinner's question, if Nikisha, if you're done.
I am, yeah.
So is there, I understand there's nothing in the House rules. Do they build any language into their, their client agreement, that first sign-up agreement around anything like that? I suspect the answer is no, and it might be an unfair question.
I'm not sure off the top of my head, Commissioner Broder, but again, that we did include in the fall a number of other possible regulations like that we could promulgate to set those requirements. You know, if they're doing it now, I'm not sure that it's particularly required, but we could make it crystal clear that it's required. We just, the commission chose in the fall not to move forward with any of those now, but we could bring that list back for further discussion.
Got it. Thank you.
Any other? All right. On that matter, Councilor Stenbeck, what was the next issue you wanted us to
the next
clarify?
issue, these were, I'm bringing these all up because they were raised by operators, just for reference. But the next issue would be retroactivity. So that would be the question of, if an individual patron in Massachusetts was limited in the past, would the expectation be that that individual would be provided the notice and explanation now? And I think the recommendation after Carrie and I discussed it would be that it seems only fair that if we're implementing a new regulation that requires notice of limiting, that notice should apply to anyone who's limited in Massachusetts, regardless of when that limiting did take place. But I wanted to confirm that with the 5 of you as well.
Commissioner Skinner?
So I understand the recommendation. Can you remind me of the rationale for that? I mean, and I'm asking because I wonder if that would be, that would cause greater confusion, right? You were limited 2 years ago by an operator. What is the utility in getting notification now as to why and for how long, whatever the parameters we're setting, we decide to set forth to be included in the internal controls plan?
Yeah, I can jump in there. So I think what we mean is, and what we'd be talking about is a notification for someone who is currently limited of their current limit. So not, if they were limited 10 different times in the past, not a notification for each of those, but just of their current limit.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you.
Yep.
I'll tell you why I like it. I like it because it forces the operators to review today where they stand on some of these limits going forward, which I think is the whole purpose of it. And they did convince me, maybe to their detriment, that it's a small enough number of patrons where they're able to do that kind of analysis. So I'm okay with that. And I got a thumbs up from Commissioner Broder and Commissioner Hill and Commissioner O'Brien.
Great.
So
Okay.
Justin.
All right. Thank you. The next one would be, there was a question we received about whether this regulation would require a new notice being provided to a patron each time they are limited. And Carrie and I also discussed this, and I believe the recommendation would be from staff would be that, yes, the individual should be provided with a new explanation and notice each time they are limited. So if they're limited multiple times, it seems only fair they're given an explanation for each time they are so limited.
And I think just to add one more point on that, part of the issue is that someone might, say the default is 100, right? They might be limited to 75 and then 50 and then back to 75. Even though their limit is raised from the 50 to 75, they're still limited below the default limit. So they would still need to receive a notification when it is going from 50 to 75.
And that applies to all markets, right? So,
right. Yeah, they would have to notify the patron in which markets they're limited, but yes.
I'm in agreement, commissioners. Regulatory friction.
Okay, well, if we could move on to I think this is the last question that we had from operators, and then we have one recommendation from staff. The last question from operators was what to do in the event that a patron is trying to place a wager in Massachusetts. They were limited in another jurisdiction, and that limit follows them to Massachusetts. And again, from internal discussion, it was the recommendation from staff level that they should get a notice if they're limited in Massachusetts, regardless of where that limit's coming from. If they're limited in the Commonwealth, they should adhere to the regulations on limiting in the Commonwealth.
Commissioners, I'm getting thumbs up.
Great.
Nods.
Okay. The final sort of recommendation in terms of interpretation that would be going out to operators would also be that there's a requirement that as part of these notices that all communications are kept and retained by the operator so that sports wagering can audit the records and make sure that they're complying with the regulation. I don't foresee that being controversial, but let me know if anyone has any other thoughts here.
We have to have the data.
Yeah,
to make informed decisions.
Right. And then with respect to the effective date of the regulation, if we go through a final vote today and approve it, obviously there's going to be some ramp up time with respect to Carrie and her team going through the internal controls. And the date we're going to suggest for when this would be the expectation of when internal controls would be submitted and approved by, and then begin enforcement of, would be June 1st. That's right, Carrie?
Yes, that's right.
So I think that's the sort of final limited items I have. So if that's in agreement with the commission's will and intention here, that would be the last piece here.
Commissioner Skinner, I see your mute is off.
Yes, can we talk about the language of well, not the language per se, but where the reg references or requires the inclusion of a specific explanation for the limit. In the materials, the comments talked about, the ability for some operators to sort of exploit that by saying, due to a business decision type thing. How do we, I don't know if now would be a good time to talk about exactly or give guidance as to what the commission means by specific explanation. Because for one, and I think there was a sample, a real example of an operator utilizing that language in the communication to a patron. Mm-hmm. So I want to just ensure that when we say a specific explanation, that
we're getting a specific explanation.
Wagering side of things, right? Are giving guidance that that's not going to cut it, right? The due to a business decision. I don't think that is in the spirit of why the commission undertook this issue in the first place. So how do we have that conversation? Is now a good time to have the conversation, or should this be brought back at a later time for further exploration of that?
So I mean, I'll jump in, and then I'm sure Carrie has her 2 cents to share here. But I think the way structuring it in the manner we did with where the regulation, that term, a specific explanation, while using the term specific, we don't, the intention is that we're getting a real explanation. We're not getting a boilerplate. We're not getting something that doesn't answer the question. Different operators may, I think, address that differently in their internal controls, and we wanted to provide the discretion of those operators to address that, because there may not be a one-size-fits-all approach here that achieves the same goal. And that's where I think it would ultimately be deference to sports wagering, knowing this area as subject matter experts, reviewing the internal controls and making sure that the internal controls that they see are up to snuff, and that they're not going to be satisfied with a boilerplate business decision that doesn't give a patron an actual specific explanation. And so that's why we didn't have a prescribed paragraph of what a specific explanation is, because I think doing that runs the risk of someone figuring out a way to go around it. Whereas in the internal controls, those can be, I think, more clearly tied to a particular operator's business flow. And Carrie and her team can review those, make sure that they are commensurate with the letter and the spirit of the regulation. And then, frankly, if we start getting complaints from patrons that these are not up to snuff, we can tell them to revise their internal controls. But Carrie, add on it, because you're closer on internal controls far more than I am.
Yeah, no, that's exactly right, Justin. And then I think there's also the additional piece of, once we've reviewed and approved any internal controls and this goes into effect, we'll also review the actual communications that have gone to patrons to make sure that they are including something that is sufficiently specific and not saying, due to a business decision.
So I want to make sure I'm understanding you, Justin. You're saying that you would accept the specific explanation, quote unquote, of due to a business decision?
No, I'm saying that would not be sufficient. I don't believe that would be sufficient. I think when we're saying a specific explanation, I don't believe a specific explanation could just be a 2-word phrase that doesn't provide a patron with any detail about why they're limited. And Carrie and her team are the experts on why people are limited and what would suffice. And so I would defer to their expertise when they're reviewing internal controls, so that they don't get an internal control that says, operator X can simply say business decision and that qualifies. And then when they're looking at the missives that go out to patrons, they could say, hey, look, these are not cutting it. Like, you need to give better explanation. And we hear from patrons that our patrons are not quiet. And we heard from patrons even in the comment period here, as you've all seen. So I expect that if we're not seeing specific explanations when we audit, and if patrons are getting them, we're going to hear, and then we're going to revisit their internal controls. And that gives us more flexibility than having to come back and do a whole new regulatory approval, because it can go through the internal control process as well.
Yeah. I guess what I'm looking to see, right, is guidance that we issue as a commission along the lines of the guidance that we just hammered out.
Absolutely.
Timely notice, right? The 48 hours relative to the retroactivity.
Right. Every bullet. Yeah.
For me, I think that language, a specific explanation, requires further guidance as part of this discussion. So I understand and trust that you'll know it when you see it, right? Whether it meets the mark. But I think we can, before we start to receive this proposed language and start rejecting the language, I wonder if there's more we could do to provide guidance at the outset.
Yeah, and one of the, I understand that perspective, and I think one of the things that we were going to do after this regulation was promulgated, in the event that we vote that way today, would be that that Carrie would send out a letter likely to all the operators explaining those various points that we've gone through here today, Commissioner Skinner, and explaining that, our interpretation of timely is X. This would be retroactive. There'd be expected notice every time a limit is changed, to go through each one of those things so that we're not expecting, every operator is watching today's public meeting. I'm sorry?
Including a specific explanation, right?
Yes, and I think that we could say, I think it would be fair to say that, a specific explanation has to be more than just a boilerplate phrase. I don't think that's a stretch. I mean, the reason the regulation was written as a specific explanation is we actually want a real explanation. I don't think the commission will be satisfied by just a copy and paste of the same explanation given to every patron who is limited, saying it's a business decision. That defeats the entire purpose of this regulatory change.
So Commissioner Skinner, this came up in the 2x2 that I was in as well. And I thought this conversation today could be the jumping off point, right? Not necessarily putting particularly prescriptive language in the reg that gave a little more flexibility to sports wagering and the operators, but the very question you asked and the conversation we're all having would provide guidance to sports wagering and the operators in the first instance to try it this way. If there is a frustration on the part of patrons or in the part of sports wagering, and I think they can bring it back pretty quickly, if they're finding that what they're getting is a boilerplate, generic, non-factually specific answer of, AI said to do it, business decision, AML flag. That's not enough. It has to be something particularized to the patron. And I think if we do it this way, even for a very, very short period of time, right? I mean, it may be part of what we do is ask sports wagering to come back in some 30, 60, 90-day period after promulgation and implementation to say, we want an update. How's it going? What are you getting? Are you getting patron complaints? What are they? And then I think we can quickly get maybe more prescriptive and specific. But I had the same concerns that you did, right? I mean, we've seen stuff historically when the same answer is in multiple patrons boxes, maybe, right? And it's not all that particularized to them. I think this conversation is clearly messaged to the operators that's not sufficient. I would be behind maybe asking sports wagering to come back within a certain period of time after implementation to give us an update.
Yeah, we can certainly do that.
Mr. Chairman, I have a thought that along the lines of what both Commissioner O'Brien and Commissioner Skinner spoke about. And what's kind of hanging over this a little bit is this is a good faith attempt to work with the operators to do something in service of a particular goal. That goal is transparency, right? But specifically, it is, here's the standard in plain English. Does the customer understand what's going on in their account? And one of our operators, it's all public record, it's all, you can look it up, has to me the response was kind of offensive. Is the language is specific explanation. That's a little bit, I'll admit, it's a little bit squishy. The operators suggested three alternatives. One, which was to say, basically to anyone, due to a business description, which they interestingly describe as a broad, non-specific explanation. So that's quite funny. That flies in the face of what we're trying to accomplish. At least the recommendation number 3 was don't do it at all, which is really the same thing as number 2. So hopefully, we can all get reasonably on the same page with what we as regulators are trying to accomplish, which is again that helping the patrons understand, all right, this is what's going on in my account. That doesn't necessarily mean a performance graph of your wagers for every patron, where this might be relevant, but just saying it's a business decision, or quite frankly, another suggestion that this would impact gaming integrity in Massachusetts by actually letting customers in on this information. That is outside this good faith attempt to get, provide consumers with information in a way that, is essentially in cooperation with developing a common understanding with our operators. So to Commissioner O'Brien's point, I'm comfortable doing this, and we'll know pretty quickly who is making good faith efforts and what, if any, tweaks we need to make to this to accomplish that transparency goal.
I mean, for me, some of the language is, does the patron understand what act or omission on their part triggered the limiting? And if it doesn't answer that, you have a problem.
Yep.
I have good news. Carrie and Justin have just gotten a lot of feedback that they can go back to the operators with and let them know that the expectation of the commission is not to put window dressing or wallpaper on this issue. It's to actually tackle the issue. I want to remind something to our operators. I rarely directly talk to the operators and say that I am. Those who advocate for those pseudo-regulated so-called prediction market products, they use the fact that they don't limit as a positive for their product. And so I think that as far as the operators can possibly push their business model to be transparent on this piece is a net positive. Ultimately, you may see it as a net negative now, but for consumers, I think it's a net positive. And we, as Justin said earlier, we hear and talk to a lot of patrons and consumers, this agency, and they have our direct emails, much to the chagrin of ED Serpa at times, I think. Anything else to add on that point?
This is usually when Brad jumps in with the motion language to bring it in.
I've been kind
Happy to go for you.
I've been kind of piggly with the motions today, so I'm going to kind of
I'll jump in for you.
Okay.
If we're ready for it. I don't know if Commissioner Skinner, your mute was off, if you had anything else or.
I'm good. I'm satisfied. Thank you.
Okay. I move that the commission approve the amended small business impact statement and the draft of 238.30 is included in the commissioner's packet and discussed here today. And further, that staff be authorized to take the steps necessary to file the required documentation with the Secretary of the Commonwealth, finalize the regulation promulgation process.
Second.
Thank you. Commissioner O'Brien.
Aye.
Commissioner Hill. Commissioner Hill.
Aye.
Oh, thank you. Commissioner Skinner.
Aye.
Commissioner Broder.
Yes.
And I vote yes, 5-0.
Thank you all. That's it for regulations today.
So thank you so much. So that finishes up the legal division, correct, GC? Yep.
Yeah, that's right.
I'm seeing it. All right. The team did let me know that they are happy to move the VIP program discussion if we want. I told them that with it being on the agenda, my inbox will be flooded if we do move it, but whatever you guys want to do, commissioners.
Keep going. With the recognition that we an economy of expression, what is that, calling the kettle black and all that jazz, but I think we can go forward.
All right. Let's turn it over.
Great. All right. So Director van der Linden and I are here to talk to you a little bit about some possible next steps in our review of VIP programs. I'm sure you'll recall that last fall we came to you and talked a little bit about VIP programs generally. We talked about how our operators use them, and we talked about some possible ideas for how you might create a framework to regulate VIP programs should you choose to. Some of those ideas at the time came from what the UK Gambling Commission has done in this space. So at the time you asked for more information on what the UK had done. Mark and I met with representatives from the UKGC to talk about the process that they went through several years ago. It was 2019 through 2020 and the success that they had. And so we are now proposing that our commission take a similar route as part of our overall plan. So to give you a little background here, in 2019-2020, the UKGC challenged their industry to develop and adopt a code of conduct around how VIP programs should be run that the UKGC would ultimately approve. They set that challenge to their operators to establish and provide a possible solution and share that solution with the UKGC. So the UKGC essentially directed their operators to put together a group of representatives from several operators where they would have a working group that could bring in other experts from trade associations or other folks in the industry. And then the UKGC served as a monthly point of contact for check-ins to make sure the working group was sort of on track in terms of what the Gambling Commission was looking for. They also did their own research on a parallel track. So they had asked the working group to focus on some broad areas, and these will all sound familiar to you. These are all things that we have discussed as well. Processes and approaches around initial assessment of risk before someone is treated as a VIP or sort of added to a VIP program, including risk of gambling harm. Oversight and accountability for VIP schemes and VIP teams, specifically some personal accountability at the operator. Relationship management related to engagement between the VIP teams and customers, and the nature of incentives. So, what sort of incentives are being provided to these VIP hosts. Ultimately, the UKGC's guidance relied heavily on what the industry had suggested. They strengthened some areas a bit, such as a source of funds check, but ultimately, and you have this in your packet, they ended up implementing affordability checks, safer gambling checks to essentially assess whether there's any evidence of gambling related harm before someone is made a VIP, as well as during their time as a VIP. Organization and accountability within the program. So they required designation of a senior level person at the operator who's ultimately responsible for the program. Enhanced training and detailed job descriptions, guidelines around communications and transmissions and discussion of RG tools, and prohibition of incentives for encouraging risky behavior or for periods of heavy customer losses. So we would be proposing a similar process for our Cat 3 operators to sort of give them this opportunity to work together and provide us with a proposal in conjunction with, on a parallel track, having our consultant team, GRIO, do some research to ensure that final results are based in evidence and best practices. So I'll turn it to Mark to talk a little bit about the GRIO portion.
Right, great. Thank you, Carrie. So as part of the FY26 research agenda that the commission approved back in May, June of last year, we included a study looking at VIP program structures, sort of understanding a little bit more about maybe what would be useful for the commission. We engaged GRIO to develop an integrated report that brings together 4 specific components. First, looking at synthesizing current evidence on program structures and impacts and risk mechanisms, looking at doing a jurisdictional or regulatory scan from both regionally, nationally, internationally, that looks at how VIP programs have been managed in other jurisdictions, including the UK, understanding from a lived experience perspective, looking at how that can also ground the work that we're doing here. And then finally, looking at what is happening in other industries in order to gain insights into similar types of VIP or high value customer structures. we feel like the work of the UKGC and looking to operators for recommendations is good, but we believe that having this evidence base in order to also complement that and inform the commission would be really useful. And so the work with GRIO is currently underway. And the timeline for this report should roughly coincide with the working with operators should the commission approve that aspect of it.
So the overall idea is that we would come back, late summer, early fall, with sort of a proposal that's been finalized from the operators, this additional research we've learned from GRIO, also armed with responses we've received from operators about their programs specifically, to really be able to discuss this in totality and hopefully make an informed decision on a regulatory framework and pair those operator suggestions with the evidence. And of course, I'm not sure I said this earlier, but of course, we would reserve the right to make any changes to the operator proposal. It's not like we'd be agreeing that we're going to accept whatever they submit. It's just sort of giving them the chance to take an initial stab at this and show that they can rise to the occasion and that they feel it's as important as we do. So happy to take any questions.
I appreciate this approach, Chief Tracy and Director Van der Linden. I'll reiterate that VIPs should be for people who can afford to wager that amount of money in a healthy way. I know Director Van der Linden always reminds me 1% of net take-home pay is something that the guidelines show, and it shouldn't be considered someone that just spends a whole lot of money at the book. That shouldn't be what a VIP is. So I would give that guidance as you guys are working with the operators, just as a 10,000-foot view of where this commissioner is coming from. Commissioners, questions, comments?
No, just a thank you to everybody, and Carrie and Mark in particular. Look forward to seeing what you find, get feedback.
All right. See, I knew we could make it through
I'm
it.
glad we did it today. No kidding.
Great. Well, thank you. We will move forward with our outreach to operators and we'll keep you posted.
Keep you posted. Right. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Any commissioner updates? Any other business? I'll take this time to note that apparently it was the longest State of the Union address this week, and this is the longest MGC meeting since I've become chair. So any other business? Motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Commissioner O'Brien?
Aye.
Commissioner Hill?
Aye.
Commissioner Skinner?
Aye.
Commissioner Broder?
Yes.
And I vote yes, 5-0. Everyone enjoy the rest of your Thursday.
Here, here.